Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We are now 10 minutes away from starting. I kindly ask for all attendees to start making your way to the conference hall, room 6C, as we prepare to resume today's conference. Please also take this opportunity to grab your seats, silence your mobile devices, and get ready to immerse yourself in an afternoon filled with insightful discussions, networking opportunities, and valuable insights from our esteemed speakers and industry experts. Once again, we are just 5 minutes away from the start of the afternoon session of Forum Economy Malaysia FEM 2025. Please take your seats and silence your phones. We highly encourage your active participation throughout the sessions later in the afternoon. All questions will be taken through Slido. If you would like to submit a question, you will find the QR code embedded at the back of your participation tag. Thank you for your attention. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting in about 1 minute. I kindly ask for you to fill up the seats in front. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, everyone here, and not forgetting those who are joining us offsite. Welcome to the afternoon session of Forum Economy Malaysia FEM 2025. I trust that the morning session was insightful and that you are refreshed for an exciting discussions ahead. A reminder that any questions for the Q&A sessions throughout the afternoon will be taken through Slido. You can find the QR code embedded at the back of your participant tags. My name is Amira Azmi from Maybank, and I am honored to serve as your host for today. It is with great pleasure that we welcome familiar and fresh faces alike to join us in unraveling today's theme, Seizing Malaysia's Moment. Today, we have an exceptional lineup of speakers, industry experts, and visionary leaders who will be sharing their insights, experiences, and strategies to address the opportunities and challenges shaping Malaysia's economic and social development. To kick things off, our first panel discussion will focus on ASEAN dynamism, which will explore topics relating to Malaysia taking over the ASEAN chairmanship this year, access to markets and bloc relations, among others. Please join me in giving a big round of applause to our distinguished panelists, Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Muhammad Khalid Nordin, Minister of Defense. Yang Berbahagia Datuk Muhammad Umar Swift, CEO Bursa Malaysia. Dr. Guani Lim, Associate Professor, National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies, Japan. Mrs. Alina Noor, Senior Fellow, Asia Program, Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Moderating the session is Mr. Nazmi Idrus, Head of Economics, CGS International. Mr. Nazmi, the floor is yours.
Hello. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the afternoon session. Now, the challenge that I have today is to keep you guys' attention because you guys just have a big lunch. But I promise you, this session is going to be very interesting. Now, the topic that we're given is ASEAN dynamics. And when you talk about ASEAN dynamics, basically, we're going to delve a lot about issues of economics and foreign relations. If you think about Malaysia, despite Malaysia being a small country, I think that Malaysia has been quite proactive and also have been quite vocal on the global stage. If you look at Malaysia with respect to its political affiliations, and you can see Malaysia has been very active with respect to its involvements within ASEAN. Malaysia has also been active in OIC, the Commonwealth, and quite recently, BRICS. If you look at Malaysia from the economic perspective as well, you can see that Malaysia has been very active in a lot of trade agreements. For example, we are in ASEAN FTAs. We are also in CPTPP, RCEP, and also quite recently, IPEF, IPEF. Now, if you were to ask me, I would say Malaysia, if you were to summarize Malaysia foreign relations, it has always been quite pragmatic. In a sense that if you look at Malaysia, how we deal with other countries is that we always ensure that we fulfill our security and economic objectives. So we don't have any other ulterior motives. And because of that, I would say that Malaysia is basically friendly to everybody. Having said that, I think times are changing. And I think this year especially with a few key issues that is lingering, for instance, if you look at in terms of the US now, is that we're having a change in leadership with the US, so the foreign relations could be a bit more volatile. We also have a more assertive China with respect to the issue over South China Sea. And also within ASEAN itself, we know the crisis over Myanmar and also the Rohingya refugees still remain unresolved. So I think now is a good time for us to take a review about Malaysia economic and foreign relations. And to do that, we have a list of panel speakers that we have today. If I can introduce again the list of panel speakers, we have none other than Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Khalid Nordin, which is the Minister of Defence, followed by Datuk Umar Swift, which is the CEO of Bursa. This is followed by Dr. Guania Lim, she's the Associate Professor for National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies based in Tokyo. And finally, we have none other than Mr. Lina Noor, which is a Senior Fellow Asia Program at Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, which is based in Washington. Now, let me explain to you the flow of this session. I will ask a series of questions to the panelists, and you have access to the QR code for Slido, and I do encourage you to ask questions because this is your opportunity to actually get inputs from the government itself, and also we have a list of panel experts here as well. Now, just to kick off the discussion, this morning Anwar has mentioned about the ASEAN chairmanship where Malaysia is taking over from Laos. And that brings up a lot of hope, I would say, because not least because Malaysia is a founding member, also because Malaysia have, I would say, quite a unique relationship with the rest of ASEAN members and also the global powers as well. But let me just start easy first. The theme for ASEAN chairmanship this year is inclusivity and sustainability. So perhaps maybe YB, can you explain to us what that theme means and what is it that the government plans to do with the chairmanship this year?
Thank you, Saudara Moderator. Assalamualaikum and a very good day to all. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizer for having me today. I'm the Minister of Defence talking in an economic forum on ASEAN. It's like I'm in a firing squad. Anyway, yes, this year we are going to take the role of ASEAN chairmanship. One thing that we realize is that it is not a mere rotational mandate. As you know, for Malaysia, we are the founding nations of ASEAN. We believe that ASEAN is an asset, not only to our country, but also to the world economy. Therefore, for Malaysia, we take ASEAN very seriously. We must make sure ASEAN thrive, and we must ensure that we can bring up ASEAN to greater heights. That is why, referring to your question, that is why we choose our team when we are the chairman of ASEAN on inclusivity and sustainability. This is because we want to seize the opportunity during our chairmanship. We want to see ASEAN to be more than a political dialogue among leaders. We accept the fact that since its inception, ASEAN has evolved into a formidable bloc. It has demonstrated its economic potential, attracting investment, collaboration, making it as one of the most promising economic regions in the world. More importantly, ASEAN has managed to ensure that this region remain stable, peaceful, as well as safe for all. Therefore, after decades of its inception, Malaysia aspires to see ASEAN evolve, not just politically, but economically as well as socially, embodying our shared aspiration for peace, stability, as well as prosperity. Therefore, we wish to seize this opportunity to garner momentum for us to move further. We want to ensure that the benefits of economic growth and social well-being will really be felt by all citizens that are within ASEAN. And apart from that, we choose this theme because we want to ensure that the aspiration and impact of our chairmanship can be continued post our chairmanship year. And we believe that by making ASEAN more inclusive and sustainable, bringing about economic development as well as prosperity, that will give strength to ASEAN, that will make ASEAN more relevant. And with that situation, I believe everybody will continue to ensure the relevance of ASEAN, and ASEAN will be able to meet all the dynamics and challenges that we are going to face now as well as in future. So that's why we choose the theme, inclusivity as well as sustainability.
Right, right. So you mentioned just now that you don't want ASEAN to be just a talk show, right? What perhaps the key hurdles that you think that's going to be quite difficult to tackle, at least for chairmanship for this year?
Well, I believe the different rate of development among the ASEAN countries, the diversity and all those things. We believe that we cannot see the results very fast. It is a continuous work. It is a work that is very heavy, and we have to continue.
Okay, so perhaps, okay, let me twist this question in a different way. So from MINDEF perspective itself, where do you think MINDEF have plans for this year itself?
Well, we are to ensure that this region is peaceful, stable. You know, if you look at all the other regions in the world, all conflicts are between neighbors. And you can see that the 10 countries within ASEAN, we are at peace with each other. We have border agreement, we have high-level committee meetings, we have meetings every year. And in fact, I think we can see when Malaysia is now the chairmanship, there will be more than 300 over meetings. So that is where I believe why I'm asked also to come as a Minister of Defense, not directly related to economy, but it is relevant because we are to ensure that this region is peaceful, so that whatever plan that you have to develop the economy, it can be implemented.
Right, right. So basically you mean that you must have security before you have economic growth. Okay. So perhaps I ask with respect to Dr. Umar, now the Malaysia's ASEAN chairmanship coincide with the ASEAN Economic Community Blueprint 2025, which is the final year of implementation. And within that AEC, one of the goals was to have integrated capital markets within ASEAN. Now, with this final year, how has the development been so far, and where do you think that there are gaps that needs to be addressed?
Thanks, Nazmi. Always like a question we've not prepared for. And Muhammad, and fellow panelists, I think the key thing is, this is the exciting, I'm going to digress since I've got the mic, Nazmi. 2025, final year, Malaysia has a unique opportunity to write the next 5-year plan. We've not achieved all we hope to have achieved. But when we look at it from the exchange's perspective, and as young Ahmed Rohomat touched on this morning, ASEAN will develop to be the 4th largest trading bloc. However, that being said, we need to be inclusive and it needs to be sustainable. And when we look at it from a capital market perspective, and that's debt as well as equity, each country we have to recognise has a different point of development. Each country has its own sovereign rights. So as we look at our capital markets, it has to be right for need. So from an exchange perspective, we celebrate, if you like, what is common, not what is different. We look for points of commonality. And if you like, what we've been working upon is we use the platform which is ASEAN Exchanges, which is, so it's not at ministerial level, it is actually at a, if you like, a private commercial level, which means we can be a little bit more agile because we have a slightly different protocol. And we are driving commonality, or if you like, we begin to drive a common capital market through conversations where we look at standards, taxonomy, language. So when a foreign investor looks at us as a group, yes, market rules may be different, but actually what they're investing in and what they're looking at, they know those figures are correct, they know the language is the same. And so we accept we cannot be the European Union today, but what we can begin to build is a common language and common standards. So I'm happy to say, as we go forward, and we're focusing very much on carbon. So sustainability is, of course, so much more than carbon, but we recognise that our region needs to trade. We're a trading region. We're intermediate manufacturers for the rest of the world. And provenance is going to become more and more important for the people who buy our product. And as we go forward, we at the exchanges, funnily enough, are focusing on SMEs and MSMEs, despite, if you like, our key stakeholder being listed corporations, because we think in terms of the whole ecosystem, which gets back to that theme of inclusivity. So from an exchange perspective, we wish to leave no one behind, because when you leave no one behind, everyone prospers.
Okay, so interesting. You mentioned about sustainability and you also mentioned about the carbon market. Perhaps you could share with us how has, because as far as I understand, Bursa has implemented the voluntary carbon market not a long time ago. How has that developed, and would you be able to share how we compare to the ASEAN region in general, and also perhaps with respect to the global carbon objectives?
I think my team will cringe because I can see them in the room. Cakap tak serupa dengan bikin. What do I mean by that? So when we were building the voluntary carbon market, and we were, it was a, if you like, we did this with government. This is something that needed to be done to begin to prepare for CBAM and actually raise the awareness around carbon and carbon reporting. All the corporates said, yes, this is a wonderful idea, we will support you. Actually, they didn't. And when I compare notes with my colleagues in Indonesia, Thailand, it's the same. And I think as we see the development of the carbon market, there is going to be, the voluntary carbon market, I tend to think in terms of impact projects, not so much the voluntary carbon market. We're going to see something very similar to Thailand, which will be a development of domestic standards throughout the region. We're working to ensure they're common and see a convergence of markets. But ultimately, as Malaysia has ambitions and needs to meet its NDC requirements, we will move to cap and trade. And this is a conversation I have with YB Nick Nazmi. And you will actually see a convergence of the voluntary market with the compliance market. The compliance market and cap and trade provides pricing signals to the voluntary market. And in there somewhere is your carbon tax, which was announced in the last federal budget. And that's important because we're beginning to educate. Now, we like cap and trade as a house because we see it as a progressive structure to drive better outcomes. So you reward people who beat their target. But we also think there needs to be, in our mind, the construct for cap and trade involves input from industry as well as from MRES. And underlying it all is just energy transition, which then brings in petro as well. So I think that's another stream in a different room. But just energy transition for ASEAN is fundamentally important as well.
Right, right. Okay, so we talk about capital markets just now, but maybe we go a bit further and talk about trade in general. As you know, with the US changing leadership, and if, in fact, you know, Trump actually been threatening to impose tariff on all his trading partners. Now, I don't want to talk about tariffs specifically, but I want to talk about how we should navigate this difficult relationship with the US. So this question is perhaps to you, Elena. How do you think ASEAN should navigate these next few years, given that we're probably going to be having a bit more volatile relationships with the US?
Thanks, Nazmi. I think it's a telling sign of the times when you have a very mixed panel up here at an economic forum. So YB, you're not the only one who feels a little awkward on this panel. But thank you for not making this question all about tariffs. I think we're in a very different place than we were maybe 10, 20 years ago. And that might be stating the obvious, but let me tell you why. Because your question was about tariffs and trade. But we're in the age of the securitization of the economy in general. And so whereas we in ASEAN have always had the luxury of segmenting the economy from the political, from the security and the defense, in fact, the ASEAN pillars are segmented that way. We no longer have that privilege of considering each of those pillars separately because of what's going on in the US and China, what's going on between them. But also, it provides us with an opportunity to put a stamp in the direction that we want ASEAN to go in. In the past, I think if I may be blunt, we've been a little laid back about our position. And we talk a lot about trade and ASEAN's economic potential. But we haven't really figured out where it is we want to take ASEAN to in the next 50 years. Yes, we have strategies, we have plans, we have master plans, plenty of them. But really, you and I were just talking, we're almost bit players in this major competition between the US and China. We are no longer living in the US's world. It's not a Trump world and we're just actors in it. I think this is our opportunity to really strike a mark and take ASEAN to greater places, as YB said. But what does that mean? That means diversifying strategically. It means some of the measures that the government has already begun taking in its ASEAN chairmanship. It means having the GCC and China at the same table at an ASEAN meeting. It should also mean talking to partners that we don't always ordinarily talk to, like the Pacific Islands Forum, like partners in Africa, in Latin America. Language shouldn't be a barrier. We all speak English after all. And so I think we need to be thinking more creatively about engaging with what might be called the global south, but what I prefer to call the global majority, because our concerns are very similar. We've always modeled our sense of development on the north, on the west. And again, if I may be bold, I think that period has served us well, but maybe we need to look elsewhere.
Okay, all right, that interesting part you mentioned about the global south. We're going to touch on that a bit later. But just keeping on the trade topic now, so perhaps Dr. Guani, I want to point out a very interesting fact. If you look at in terms of US and China trade balance over the past several years, it actually has been declining because of the trade war. But on the other hand, we saw the trade balance of ASEAN against the US actually has been growing over the past several years. And if trade deficit is a reason for the Trump administration to be very, warlike, very trying to impose tariff on other countries, then perhaps ASEAN is the direct, will be in line for the firing range, right? So do you think that should ASEAN be more concerned now, given that our trade balance has been increasing, or do you believe that this is actually just a temporary factor?
Thank you, Nazmi, and thank you for making time. Well, firstly, that is a risk, right? But it's not specific to ASEAN, right? And even within ASEAN, some countries are, they don't face that fire that much. So it's not specific to us, right? There are quite a few economies who are stuck in the same, dilemma. So, as far as Malaysia is concerned, and I'm speaking largely from an economics point of view, right? If you took a straw poll, right, all of us here, about 100 of us, right? If I ask you, what are the 3 biggest risks that our country face, right? I think a lot of your concerns are not directly related to the trade wars. Yes, it's concerning what is happening in the States and China, but a lot of it we can still control, right? That's what I believe, and it's more important for us to get our house in order. And once we get it in order, we can navigate it a bit better. But of course, I'm not very familiar with the PIF thing that you mentioned, lah. So that is my understanding, lah, purely from an economics point of view, lah. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So Dr. Umar, maybe just a quick response to this. From capital market perspective, how do you see the tariff risk that is happening right now? Should companies be more worried about it, or how should they navigate this challenge?
There's a lot of debate, of course, Nazmi. Our overall thinking as we engage businesses is Malaysia, the region as a whole, can actually benefit. But we have to be mindful and savvy and look at how we navigate it. By nature, we're neutral, and as Dr. Chris Miller said this morning, neutrality is difficult, but it can be done. So as we look at what our constituents on the stock market, as well as our businesses, as well as those that are not listed, China plus one works, and it has been a benefit. As we go forward, we are confident that we can navigate the tariff situation as well. Yesterday we had a small company list. It does photovoltaic cells. It listed at a 25% premium to its offer price. Why? Because it's a Malaysian-based company doing solar cells. It's clearly a winner. Rubber gloves, winner. And of course there are those that also may have impact on the other side, but net, we actually see a potential opportunity.
Right. Okay. So your summary is basically positive for Malaysia. Right. So I want to move on to a topic which is BRICS. As you know, Malaysia has been a partner country for BRICS alongside Thailand. If you look at in terms of ASEAN as a whole, Vietnam has been asked to be a partner country, and quite recently, even Indonesia has been a member country. And so you can see that there seems to be a shift towards strengthening ties with the BRICS or the Global South in general. In fact, if you look at Prime Minister Anwar last year, when his visit to Kazan, he even invited Putin to the East Asia Summit this year. So it seems that Malaysia right now has started to cozy up with the Global South, or to Russia in general. Now, my question is to you, YB. What do you think about this move by Anwar to cozying up with Russia, and is there a recalibration of a foreign policy?
Thank you for your question. On Russia, I think Russia is no stranger to the East Asia Summit because in 2005, we are the first to invite them to be an observer. Despite all this move, being close to Russia, or even the idea of joining BRICS, we wish to reiterate that there is no shift in our foreign policy towards taking side to anyone. We remain neutral based on our principle of being friendly with like-minded countries through our converging interests. On BRICS, yes, recently we have been admitted to be the country partner. whereas Indonesia was admitted as a member. But we initially they have accepted us as a country partner, and there are many reasons why we joined BRICS. Firstly, because as we all are aware, Malaysia is a trading nation. The more trading partners we have, I think it is better for our economy. Joining BRICS will allow Malaysia to access to a bigger and emerging market. We know that BRICS represent 45% of world population with 28% global economy. Therefore, I believe that we cannot ignore the potential that BRICS offer to Malaysia. So by joining BRICS, it offers not only economic opportunity, but collaboration on many crucial aspects. For instance, climate change intervention, research and development in emerging technologies and best practices. Secondly, we must be very clear that by joining BRICS does not mean that we are now leaving our traditional trading partners, like the USA, the EU, and the rest. We are not leaving dollar-based trading and transaction. We are not dismantling anything. It's not that if we choose BRICS, then we are giving away with other relationships that we have before. So this is something that we need to clear in the minds of everybody. We are simply adding more collaboration to have more diverse and strategic option. We can simply rely on the status quo and refuse to seize the opportunity offered by other potential and big markets. We are not doing that. So therefore, joining BRICS align with both our foreign policy and ASEAN principle, which is to be neutral and to engage with all, so long as it brings benefit to our country.
All right, thank you very much. So perhaps this question is to you, Dr. Goni. With Malaysia joining BRICS alongside Thailand and Indonesia, and even Vietnam is invited, that seems to be, like if you look at ASEAN as a whole, there seems to be a split of countries joining BRICS and countries that are still pro-Western. For example, Singapore is very pro-Western and the Philippines is actually a very strong US ally. How do you think Singapore and Philippines are going to react to a lot more ASEAN members joining the BRICS and them staying on the course of very, very pro-Western countries? Yeah. Yes, please.
All right, thank you. First of all, right, I think this echoes Minister's comment about BRICS, is that it's something that is in our interest. And this is based on current dynamic, right? Some other countries in ASEAN, they may have some reservations, but we have bigger common overlapping interests, right? So just because of one issue that maybe I don't really agree, that kind of things, right? It doesn't undo all the good work, all the goodwill. And as was mentioned before, we work on consensus, right? A lot of bincang, talk slowly, talk nicely. And I think if you use this dynamic, things will smoothen itself. Maybe not now, but in maybe 1 or 2 years, things will be better, right? And I think one of the things that I think we do quite well is that, firstly, do no harm, right? Us joining BRICS does no harm. In fact, it actually does something quite good for us. We get to diversify trade, even though the trade complementary is not very high at this stage, but that may change in the future. If you remember many years ago, during, I think it was the Abdullah Badawi admin, right? We were aggressively trying to sell durians to the Chinese. I don't know if you remember the episode. Nowadays, it's a very, very mature trade. those days people were laughing. It's like, why are you selling durians to people who don't eat durians? Now you cannot get your best durian already. They love it. So this change, taste change, even you and I, we also change. So that is something to look forward to. For that, I'm quite optimistic. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So this question is to you, Ms. Elena. Perhaps a bit tough question, I would say. Do you think that countries should be allowed to trade with whomever they want, irrespective of their moral values? I'm asking this with respect to Russia, because as you know, you can say arguably that Russia is an imperialist because of the occupation over Ukraine. And why are we still having economic relations with such countries? And do you think it's justified?
We've traded with imperialists before. We continue to trade with ongoing imperial powers. So the short answer to your question is, yes, countries should trade with whomever they want. They have to answer, in the case of Malaysia, we have to answer to ourselves, our conscience and our people. Are we comfortable trading with occupying powers? Are we comfortable trading with powers that masquerade as democracies but continue to oppress others? And these are tough questions that we're asking ourselves now. You know, I'm sure many of you will recall a few months ago, the fracas over BlackRock. I don't know if that question has been resolved, but this is why I say we can no longer afford to consider economic trade commercial issues as separately from more strategic ones. Because we've been lectured too about values and morals and rules, but we've seen that crumble before our eyes if we weren't already aware of that hypocrisy. And I think this is the exact moment where we are at an inflection point to ask ourselves, okay, are we going to be guided by whatever values and morals we hold, and if so, what are they? And this is a good opportunity for Malaysia as ASEAN chair to reflect on our principles and values. We talk about principles a lot in our foreign policy. We're also pragmatic. But how far is that going to take us? So I gave you a very direct answer. Yes, we should trade with whomever we want in our interest. But we also need to think a little more reflectively about what undergirds that decision.
Right, all right, thank you very much. So I want to move on to a different topic now. We're going to talk about China. Right, recently we heard China being more assertive. They are being, you can see that China Coast Guard has been very, the presence has been quite evident in even south to Sarawak shores. And perhaps this question is to you, IB. Seeing that Malaysia is acting as both claimant of the South China Sea and now the chairmanship for ASEAN, what will be the main agenda that Malaysia will push this year?
I will answer this related to the South China Sea and our relationship with China. First, I would like to take the opportunity to say that Malaysia's claim in the South China Sea is firm and non-negotiable. Okay? We understand that the stakes have never been higher for incident between South China Sea claimant states. There are many overlapping claims in South China Sea, not only between Malaysia and China, but between our neighbors, Vietnam, Philippines, among those countries. But we all agree that no one can afford for South China Sea to become a theater of conflict, in line with the ASEAN principle of ZOPFAN, Zone of Peace and Neutrality. One thing that because we have this engagement and dialogue, we agree to exercise self-restraint among all countries. And by taking over the chairmanship of ASEAN, one of our main agenda is to see that there is a speedy conclusion of the code of conduct needed in order to maintain peace and stability in South China Sea. So to this end, we hope to see some movement. We cannot be too optimistic because this code of conduct is not only between ASEAN and China, but among member countries within ASEAN.
But sorry, if we do respect, the code of conduct for the South China Sea has been going on for the longest time. And it seems that even though we've been pushing for the code of conduct, China continued to be assertive on South China Sea, putting up artificial islands. So it does seem like we've been pushing a story that is not really going to work, if I would say so myself. I'm asking this because if you look at, for instance, Vietnam, right? Vietnam right now has become more assertive. They actually even built their own artificial islands within the South China Sea. And from your perspective, do you think that Malaysia should pursue such avenue? Should we actually militarize our own assets in the South China Sea?
Some areas we do build our own platform, and some areas in which there are overlapping claims, we have our oil platform. Okay? And under the law, international law of the sea, what we need to do, firstly, is to have our show of presence. That is why we can see a lot of China vessels in the South China Sea. And we also will send our ship. The most important thing is that we do show our presence in all those areas in which there are overlapping claims. And secondly, it is required that we have the maritime domain awareness. We are aware of the areas in which we claim to be part of our territory. So these are the things that we, Malaysia, we do. We have to know, and of course, we comparatively the size of our armed forces. So we utilize the whole services, especially the Navy and Air Force, using radar and all those things. So we may not show our presence the same way that China is using. They have fleets and they have many ships and that kind of thing. But like I said, we are firm. The area that we claim, it is non-negotiable, although we have close relationship with China.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. Now, we got a very short time, 10 minutes left. Well, we got a few more questions we want to touch before going into the Q&A. So perhaps very short answers from the rest of you guys. Let me start with Elena first. Now, Malaysian government tend to have quite a muted approach when it comes to South China Sea, because if you compare Malaysia's, every time there's issue over South China Sea, Malaysia's response has been very quiet, as opposed to, for example, Philippines, which is a lot of media coverage. And do you think that Malaysia's more muted approach right now is still advantageous?
For the head of economics of an organization, I think you're masquerading as a defense strategist right here with your questions. Does our muted response still work? That's a very hotly debated topic because the situation is changing at sea. There are escalations that have been going on, particularly in the past few months, between the Philippines and China that could impact us. YB, if I may, it's not just maritime domain awareness. I think there's a lot of things going on in cyberspace that are intersecting with what's going on in the maritime space that we may need to be having more serious discussions about. So the problem has become more complex. Whether we continue to take this muted approach is something that the government agencies as well as other stakeholders will need to discuss. It's worked so far for us. I am not sure that this will continue to work for us, particularly if the parties are going to continue to be more assertive in their claims. And it's not just about China, by the way, right? It's ASEAN countries also having overlapping claims with each other that we need to resolve.
All right, thank you. So perhaps, Dr. Gwani, just quick response from you. If you look at in terms of the Belt and Road Initiative so far, it's few of the BRI projects actually has either stalled or cancelled. does it mean that, you know, right now China's grip over ASEAN or China's influence over ASEAN, is it waning, do you think, or is it still there, or do you think this is something that, you know, ASEAN countries still need to be worried about?
Thank you. Before I answer that question, I want to ask one more question, right? Because what is a Belt and Road project, right? Because I've seen quite a lot of Chinese businesses visited them, site visits, right? And most of them are either very, very pro-BRI, or they won't terang-terang say, hey, I don't like BRI, I don't like the principles of it, I do not like it, I'm not part of BRI. Yeah? So if you use that logic, then we can define as Chinese finance projects. If you use that logic, Chinese finance projects, then if you just look at Malaysia and ASEAN, then it's very clear by now that very few are considered successful, very few. Most are mediocre. Some are just not nice, right? So that's the dynamic. And I think that also applies to most businesses, most investment decisions that we make, right? The 20-80 rule. So, you know, 20% will do well, 80% not so well, right? And I don't think the Chinese are better than us than in gaming the 20-80 rule. I think they'll be more or less the same, and the projects will reflect that. Thank you.
All right, okay. So let us move on to the Q&A questions here. In fact, I can see that we have 18 questions, so it's quite a lot. So perhaps very short questions. But the first question here, I don't quite understand. Perhaps if you can listen to this and perhaps you can understand. So the first question is that in semiconductor context, how ASEAN positioning the region's product and what the barrier and consensus can see in terms of military technology sovereignty chip? Okay, that question perhaps needs to be, I mean, whoever posed that question, they got 8 likes here, so it's the highest likes in the question, but I think you need to re-sentence that question for us to actually understand a bit better. Okay, to move on to the next question, China's intrusions and sabotage strain ASEAN nations. Would stronger joint military forces better address these shared challenges? Perhaps, YB, you can answer that?
The question is China.
Okay, so would ASEAN stronger joint military exercises more can combat the China?
No, I think yes, we accept the fact that there are challenges, there are overlapping claims, there are issues and problems in the South China Sea, but I think diplomacy is also not dead. I think most of the countries within ASEAN, we accept the fact that China is our neighbor. It is a big country, strong economically, technologically advanced. We have to live with China. We want to live in a peaceful manner, or we want to live in a situation where we have continuous problems and hostility. So I believe that although, yes, we admit that there are conflicts, there are challenges, especially in managing the issues of the overlapping claim in the South China Sea. We also have a good relationship bilaterally, and with Malaysia as the chairman of ASEAN and the close relationship that we have with China, we can help steer that this region, we will not face any conflict.
Right.
So that's all I can say. Militarily, it is not a solution, but it does not mean that we should not look into military. We must strengthen our military so as we will be respected. But it is not the answer to all our problems.
Okay, so there's a very interesting question here which actually touches on Myanmar. We didn't touch on Myanmar just now. The question is that, looking inwards in ASEAN, what is the potential of a Myanmar de-membership given its military government? Will ASEAN continue to sweep it under the rug? And perhaps this question perhaps open for anybody. Who actually would like to answer? Should we maintain Myanmar within the ASEAN as a member?
I'll go first. So I've actually been on record to say that we should suspend Myanmar, at least for the time being, because Myanmar is a hugely intractable issue that no single country, no single organization is going to be able to resolve without the participation of the Myanmar people themselves. And at this point, we as in ASEAN, the organization, but also the people, have lost a great amount of credibility with the Myanmar people themselves. And my argument is that we should suspend Myanmar from the ASEAN family until we can move forward in a way that accords with the wishes of not just the people, but the other parties involved in the whole Myanmar conflict. It's not just about the junta, it's not just about one party or the other, it's about getting everybody on the same page as much as possible to move forward.
All right, okay, thanks. So, I have a question here talking about the Palestine. So basically, given that the issue over the riots at the Wisma Transit, what does government plan on how to deal with the people there?
I didn't know that the question of Palestine will also come into this forum. Well, it is regrettable that this incident happened. As you know, when we bring them into our country, the purpose is for us to address their injuries and to look into their needs and requirements. And I'm happy to share that most of them has already recuperated from their injuries, and therefore currently the government is looking into ways, because that is also their request, for us to send them back home. But as you know, it is not directly sending them to Gaza or Palestine, because we need to go through Egypt, and this is where we have our challenges. We need to get the agreement of the Egyptian government. So negotiation with the Egyptian government will take some time, but we are committed, as requested by them, to send them back home. And we hope that they understand that it will take time and they will not resort to do what they have done to bring their message to us. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. Okay, so some questions here regarding BRICS. It said that, you know, BRICS is not a legal binding organization. So like if you do a FTA, it'll be legally binding, or such as RCEP. How could Malaysia be benefited from joining BRICS? And perhaps this question I can extend it to Dr. Goni or Elena. Basically, the question is, what is the gain coming from joining BRICS? I mean, it's not a fixed free trade agreement, and how can we capitalize on joining BRICS? If it's not purely for political factors, if it's for economic factors, what benefit can we get?
The most immediate thing that you gain is by joining, because if you don't join, you like no chance, right? No, at least you have some. You may not be the original, time's up. You may not be the original cast, but at least you have a foot in the door like that, right? No.
So you mean it's purely for kiasu factor, lah?
Not that bad, but no. My point is, you would rather be in than out, right? And the membership could grow, right? Right now it might appear a bit random, right? All of us is like no common interest and all those, but this was what we said about 10 or 15 years ago. But now the membership has grown.
Right.
Still kind of random, but better than last time, right? And if you don't want to be in, then how, right?
Right.
Better be in.
I think apart from what we have said on BRICS, I think through BRICS, we can look into the demand and opportunities in areas which are different from the G7 economy. So in BRICS, we are focusing more on energy market, raw materials, and investment in infrastructure development. which may not be able, not provided by the G7 economies. So it opens up new areas for collaboration. And with the chairmanship of ASEAN, we will be able to bring BRIC countries into ASEAN and contribute to our development.
Okay, and with that, time is up. So with that, we are going to close our session today. Thank you, Mr. Panelists, for your contribution, and thank you, everyone, for attending the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, YB Datuk Sri, Dato' Umar, Puan Alina, Dr. Guani, and Mr. Nazmi for the engaging, thought-provoking discussions. We kindly ask you to remain on stage for a photo session. Thank you again to our moderator and panelists. With that, we would like to invite Yang Berbahagia, Dr. Yatima binti Sarjiman, Deputy Secretary General Sectorial, to give token of appreciation to our line of panelists as well as moderator. We will now move on to our next session. Over the last 2 decades, we have seen various attempts at educational reforms and development initiatives to enhance the quality of the Malaysian education system. To discuss on education reforms, highlighting key topics such as the Malaysia Education Blueprint 2013-2025, classroom delivery and learning, investment and funding. So this session, it will be divided into 2 parts. We will first start with a conversation with Minister of Education, followed by a panel discussion with our esteemed panelists. I would like to first invite Yang Berhormat Puan Fadlina Sidek, Minister of Education, as well as our moderator, Mr. Malik Ali, Founder and Managing Director, BFM. Mr. Malik, take it away.
Great, thank you very much. So the format is quite. Hi, I'm Malik. Thank you very much. Thanks very much for Puan Fadlina for coming to today's forum. The format is quite. We're probably going to have 10-15 minutes for me and just fireside chat with Fadlina, with YB Fadlina for the first 10-15 minutes, and then we'll be joined by our panelists, who I'll introduce later. So in a way to have, I mean, it's not often we have the Minister of Education with us, and it's fantastic. It will be fantastic to hear her plans going forward, and I think that's something that we all are looking forward to. But first, I guess the first thing is I think education as a whole, out of every 5 ringgit spent by the Malaysian government on Malaysians, 1 ringgit goes to education. So out of every 5 ringgit, 1 ringgit goes to education. We include MOE as well as higher education. So it is obviously a very big area of emphasis. YB Rafizi this morning also said about, interesting thing he said, I'm not sure whether I'm sure you're aware, he said the 13th Malaysia Plan was not really about more projects. It was actually about education. He said education twice. Education is about TVET, and so on. So we are really changing our focus. This has become a very much, not a fireside chat, but almost a hot seat, you know, because so much focus is on this area. So on that basis, we've had a blueprint that has Malaysia education blueprint that has lasted, that spanned 5 prime ministers and 5 education ministers. And to that extent, I think that's what a blueprint does well, meaning it spans, it goes beyond individuals, and it goes beyond individual leaders to span a decade. What has been the success, do you think, of the Malaysian education blueprint?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera and salam Malaysia Madani. Thank you, Mr. Malik. BFM, so be friendly, Malik, yeah, on the stage. Alhamdulillah, I think this is a good start, but it's quite critical because we just had a good lunch, yeah, and then this cozy and cold day one, so please bear with me. Are you here? Are you still with me? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, let me start with this proverb that I like so much. I think everybody quite familiar with it. It takes a village to raise a child. So it takes the whole day one actually to raise a child. So this year, the blueprint will end 2025, and we are looking for the next blueprint, and it's very important. I will share with you some of the success story that sometimes might be underestimated because the story is not out there, because BFM didn't produce the story. But I think this is a very important part of the story. Number one is the enrollment. The enrollment of our primary children, the enrollment of the secondary students in our school has actually achieved the universal standard, 99% for primary, and 95 and 97% for the secondary. So this is a very important achievement to show the world that we really care about our children's education. And I think we really prove that no child is left behind. Secondly is about the addressing the gap in gender equality and the socioeconomic that actually has achieved. I think, especially when we look at boys, the gap between boys and girls, this is something that I think we really have to appreciate the success, because I'm quite overwhelming with the invitation that Malaysia received from other countries to talk about empowering girls and the girls' education and the success story of our girls, especially in STEM and mathematics. So in terms of Unity Index, Malik, this is very important. The Unity Index in education for 2023 recorded a high score of 7.5. Despite we have these all kinds of schools, national schools and vernacular schools, but the Unity Index in education recorded a high score. And in terms of infrastructure, 64% of school upgrade projects buildings have been completed as of January 2024, and it's an ongoing project, especially when it comes to Sekolah Daif and the facilities for our schools. But Malik, despite this success, several gaps remain, and this part of gaps we have to actually work really hard, and I seek your assistance after this so that we can work together. Number one is the 60-40 for STEM. Yeah? We achieved this year 50.83 for our STEM achievement in our students. So we still got a long way to go, 50.83%. So to achieve 60% for STEM, we still need to do more for STEM. And then the importance of digital divide. We have to address this issue the digital divide, especially in urban and rural area. And of course, when we have this, our blueprint, we didn't just stop there, ladies and gentlemen. We need to do more because we need to fill the gap and to actually address the hiccups. So that's why we introduced the reform agenda, the 6th reform agenda, to fill in the gap. So let me share with you some of the, I think, again, the success story that we got from this formulation of the reform agenda. You see, we launched this program Anak Kita with Yayasan Hazana and with the support of Ministry of Finance to address the issue of learning poverty. And it's very important. There's one good story. I was in Nibung Tebau, my constituency, banjir, tuan-tuan dan puan, banjir. So I was, walking through the banjir to look after my people. And then this boy came to me. Hi, YB. My name is Ahmad. I'm from the Farm Fresh School, and I can read now. He was so cute, adorable. The message here is, ladies and gentlemen, Farm Fresh is our synergy partner, and we're doing so much project on multi-dimensional poverty. You see, Malik, the poverty that we are addressing now is not the standard poverty. Tak cukup duit, tak cukup makan. It's not that. It doesn't stop there. It's a multi-dimensional poverty, meaning there's so much things that we have to ensure this child to have a good education because of the ecosystem that he lives in doesn't support him to proceed with education. So this is one of the best project I think we have, and it's an ongoing project.
If I can jump in here, we talked a little bit about the successes of the education blueprint, but I think the proof is in the pudding a little bit, right? So our PISA scores before we started embarking on the Malaysian education blueprint, I think if we did one in 2009, the average score was 413. 2012, 413. 2012, 413. 2018, we went up to 431, and then COVID happened, right? Yes. And then we're down to 404. So we're not even, I guess, back to where we started. Before the blueprint came in, we're actually behind where we started when we embarked on this blueprint. So in that sense, at least amongst international standards, we are behind. And COVID couldn't just be the reason, because other countries also had declined a bit during COVID, but not as much as we did. So then what was wrong either with my sense is that correct me if I'm wrong, my sense is that there's nothing wrong with the blueprint. What was wrong, something went wrong, but something else went wrong.
Yes.
And what was that?
You know, this morning, our Prime Minister had said this, that we have to acknowledge any default or any weaknesses in our system. And of course, like you said, COVID couldn't be the only reason for that. But I will ensure you today that our commitment towards the international benchmarking will continue. That's why we are still participating in PISA. The next round is this year, it's coming this year. Teams, and I add another one, CPAM for the region, for Southeast Asian region. The reason being is because we still need that benchmarking. For whatever reason, we are improving some areas. We might have flopped in some areas, but we are improving in some areas.
But according to PISA, we are flopping in, not flopping,
no,
but
we
in 3 areas of reading,
arithmetic. It's not about flopping everything, Malik. You have
your words, not mine.
Yes, I know. Be friendly, Malik, BFM. So I think we are looking into it. So the case is this: if we pull back or we pull out from these exams, then kita tak ada benchmarking. We don't have any benchmarking internationally. And one thing for I think the most significant part of it is to actually looking at how we can improve our education system by looking at the PISA, TEAMS, and CPAM results. And being such a very committed country to those assessments, we have to prepare our children. Yeah? And one of the reasons, Malik, we found out is that the attitude towards these exams, we actually need to build that confidence and attitude towards these exams. So that's why this year, for this coming PISA, we are doing that, you know, preparing our children. And this time around, the answer is being converted to digital style. Before this, you have to use your pencils and pen and papers. So this time around, so we have to prepare our children with that. Yeah. And one more thing, Malik, is English. I know there's so many arguments about that, but I will take this floor to ensure that our commitment to ensure that Bahasa Melayu is being our national language, Bahasa Melayu is our unity and all that, I'll give you assurance for that. But English language, yeah? English language is a competitive language. We still need to improve that. That's why all these assessment and English language and the competency of the teachers are very important. I think we are doing good for now. After all the assessment, we are doing our trajectory. We are doing our process of making sure that these children are really prepared for these exams.
Okay.
Inshallah.
Great. So this brings us to what next, right? And I guess you have been doing the rounds in terms of what you call the Future of Malaysian Education, the successor to the Malaysian Education Blueprint. Future of Malaysia Education 2026 to 2036, the next 10 years, or 11 years. And you've received feedback. Can you shed some light on what the kind of themes are that you, as a result of feedback, that you want to implement for Malaysian education?
I think one thing for sure for the next blueprint is autonomy. We are talking about autonomy.
Earned autonomy or complete
guided autonomy?
Guided autonomy.
Guided autonomy.
Okay.
We have to start with that, guided autonomy. Secondly would be the well-being of the students and the children. I think this is the most important part. We are talking about lots of academic achievement, but we also have to talk about the real thing, I think, especially when it comes to the well-being of the teachers and the students, the issues of bullying, the issues of mental health, and of course, the issue of burden for the teachers. I think another aspect would be the equity part, yeah? Among our children, especially in education, to bridging the gap. And of course, when we talk about the future knowledge, the future skills, that would be the AI and also the language factor. All these, Malik, we are looking into the new blueprint, and as I said, we concluded our roadshow last year, and we're still having some of the discussion with especially with the industry to enhance the blueprint. So inshallah, we will see I think a guided autonomy, more addressing significant action towards equity and to address the gap between our students. I think that's all.
Fantastic, good. And you mentioned a little bit about, I think one thing I had a preview of, you had about 6 task forces. Can you just maybe just highlight quickly before we bring the other panelists on board? Yeah. So you had one on, for example, curriculum intervention.
Yes, that one to address the learning poverty and the difficulties in curriculum. And then we have this STEM task force, a very important task force, especially when it comes to the STEM hub and achieving the 60-40. And then the ATIVET, the preschool. Malik, preschool is very important task force. We're going to open another 130 additional classes this year. You see, on preschools, it's not about adding more, but also how we prepare for the preschools, the teachers, the pedagogy, the curriculum, and how actually we're going to do and move towards to make sure that our children get into school at the early stage. So by 2026, we're going to introduce a new curriculum, and it's going to be 50-50 usage of languages, meaning 50% of Bahasa Melayu and 50% of English. So this is very important to expose our children at early stage, especially in the usage of Bahasa Melayu and English. Then we have this digital task force. I'm glad to share with you that our Delima platform has been very successful. And then our teachers, the using of Delima platform among teachers is really good, 97%. But we still have to work out with our children, yeah? Because it's still around 40%. I think because the usage might be just in schools, but when they go back, they don't have the access, so they didn't actually engage with the Delima platform at home. I think that's all. And another one is for the Bahasa Melayu and Bahasa Inggeris task force.
Okay, great, fantastic. Thank you for that. And now probably is a great opportune time to bring in the other panelists who all have been involved heavily, I must say, heavily in education. First, let's introduce Shahnaz Al-Sadat, Puan Shahnaz Al-Sadat. She is the founder of LeapEd, a social enterprise that for the last 15 years have been effecting transformation in schools. She is responsible for trust schools under Yayasan Amir, which had started with only 8 schools about 12, 13 years ago to about 90 plus schools now. And I think if you see the transformation of those schools, if you see the kids in those schools, they are, it's been a fantastic example of a pilot project that has succeeded in the Malaysian education system. I remember the question that we had in those days was, how can we translate these 100 schools into 10,000 schools? I think that's one of the issues that we'll talk about today. Second, we have one of the he's a trustee for Teach for Malaysia, Chen Li Kai. Chen Li Kai, please join us. Chen Li Kai is a trustee for Teach for Malaysia, but he is also the global practice leader for education for the whole world for McKinsey before. He's now moved on from McKinsey, and he had supported MOE in the early days. Of coming up with the Malaysian Education Blueprint through the engagement with McKinsey. So if you want to see an author of the Malaysian Education Blueprint that supported the Malaysian Education Ministry, you have Li Kai over there, right? So in his previous role, he's been asked to consult to other education issues outside of Malaysia. And our third panelist is Zamir Zulkifli. Zamir is a co-founder of Teach for Malaysia and started the whole project rolling during one of the sessions like this. Zamir, his latest role is with the GovTech Edu in Indonesia. He was recruited by Nadiem Makarin, the only foreigner Malaysian to be recruited by the Indonesian government, MOE, the equivalent of MOE, to help with the transformation of Indonesian public schools. I've met Nadiem before, and it's very, very inspirational as to what they're doing in Indonesia. So Zamir, thank you very much. You now, after starting Teach for Malaysia, now you go off and export your talent to Indonesia, and I think you also now your next role is to export your talent to the world as well under Teach for Malaysia, Teach for All umbrella. Yeah. Anyway, so great, fantastic to have you guys. So I think one common thing, at least from a private sector, one thing that we see is that private sector is always proof is in the pudding. And the private sector, we all know that some of us lead large institutions, and we know that change is hard. Creating documents like Malaysian Education Blueprint is hard, but implementing it is much, much harder, right? So I wanted to get some examples of how does one even move. We have 10,000 schools and how many students? 5 million students? 5 million students. We have 10,000 schools, 5 million students. How do we move such an organization forward, right? And I think Malaysian Education Blueprint had some of the steps in there, but at the end of the day, it's about how to do it. How do you get, if you have a demotivated teacher who is burdened with administrative tasks and you want to ask her to do more things, you want to get the headmaster who is really like approaching retirement and really do not want any more headaches, right? And how do you get that person to be motivated to impart knowledge? How do you get the schools which are not sort of lower performing, how do you get them motivated to go up? How do you get the parents involved to support that rather than sort of taking their kids out of education? That's all about human relationships, about how to effect change. And let me give 2 examples today as a starting point, and then we'll take it from there. First example, Shanaz, your trust schools. You started with 8 schools, 9 schools, 8 schools, 10 schools. 10 schools in Johor and Sarawak. And what was the mandate? The mandate was and these were poor performing schools, right? Yeah, just try it. Just say.
Hello?
Yeah.
No, the idea was to actually find a transformation model. I mean, I must say it's a public-private partnership. So it's MOE with Yayasan Amir and Khazanah at that time, and then Lipat as a designer and developer and implementer of the model. So this started in 2011. But the idea actually was to find a model that works at implementation level, because I agree with YB, our access has been good, but quality has been a challenge. The fundamental theory of change here is that it must change the culture actually at the school. Because if you want to be students in the center, student-centric, the culture of the school, everything needs to change. So when we first started, was looking for a model that works, and it cuts across. So the first 10 schools, we had the low-performing schools, we have big school, we have small school, we have a couple of high-performing. So just to actually come up with a model that can actually transform schools at any time. Yeah.
Yep. And then what were the resistance that you found along the way as you were trying to do this, as you were trying to transform the schools? It must not have been just plain sailing, right? Yes. What were the barriers? What were the issues? What was the sources of resistance?
Well, yeah, I'd be lying to say that everything
no,
is easy.
don't paint a rosy picture. No, honestly.
It is definitely not easy.
Yeah.
There are 94 trust schools today, and they are in almost all states. The idea is that they are a demonstration actually, so that the other schools can replicate. The challenge, from an implementation perspective, I think one is you have to be quite resolute and dedicated about to what you actually want. Because if you are focusing on academics, that is all that you're going to be focusing on. So for example, in the blueprint, we are very clear about the student outcomes. There are 6 student outcomes actually. So, knowledge, thinking skills, leadership skills, bilingual proficiency, ethics, and national identity. So if we are clear about that and we are resolute, then we can actually shift implementation-wise. Second is, you have to be authentic about the baseline. Yeah. Because if you don't look at where your feet really is and you try to jump, you fall flat on your face. So the baseline, I must say, this is the challenge we currently have, is really the authenticity of how they rate themselves. And I'm not saying that they're liars, they're not, it's not integrity. But it's about what standards are you looking at? If I rate 4, actually what kind of evidences, the practices that you need to see. And when we show to them what it needs to be, quite a lot of time, all these schools will re-rate themselves by 50-60% lower.
Yeah. We see in the private sector, we see that all the time, where employees rate themselves a bit higher, a bit lower, that kind of thing, right? So, yeah.
Yes. So you need to know what your baseline is. And then you have to then go, okay, how do I improve from that baseline to where you want to get to? And it has to be by substance, not by form. Like ticking the box. So these 3 things from an implementation perspective that really work with trust schools, because we really work with the school leaders and the teachers to really look at these elements. 2 standards we focus on: leadership and management of the school and the teachers. These 2 big levers that actually move the needle. basically. So at systemic level, you're talking about that's 94 schools. How do we shift this to the 10,000 schools? Is again, so how, I must say that we have surrendered back, if I want to say that way, because it's a public-private partnership. We never divorced the schools from the system. So they are back under the MOE care right now. And I think MOE under TS25 is trying to replicate this. But it's a recipe that needs to be...
So I think it's fair to say that there's been a measure of success with the 94 schools. Now the question is, how do you spread that 94 schools to 10,000 schools, if that is the direction? And the learnings about sort of the authenticity of data, right? Meaning the data that comes in. First, we need to collect it, but secondly, we also need to be not like defensive about it. Not we just data is data, right? It's the truth, and let's not game the system. I worried a bit when we say we're training for PISA. I'm a bit worried, I think we shouldn't game the system. We should do it as the way it is, right? So, okay. Now, I want to shift to you, Zamir. Zamir, 94 schools. How many schools were you dealing with?
Well, in Indonesia, we had 17,000 islands, 50 million students, and 300,000 schools.
Okay. So we're talking about 3x in terms of schools, and we're talking about 3x.
30x.
30. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, 30x.
Yeah, because of the geographic dispersion.
Yeah. Wow, you're right. 30x in terms of schools and 15 million. Okay, students. All right. So, okay. Now, if you think our job is hard, let's put. How do you even begin?
Right. So we approached it with the 3 levels of like the curriculum, right? Taught curriculum, assessed curriculum, and written curriculum. With the assessed curriculum, we did something very drastic. We got rid of national assessments, something we did in Malaysia, and we also moved to school-based assessments.
Very similar to Malaysia. Okay, let's say that's what we did as well.
What we did as well. But what we did differently is that we added a sampling-based approach to all schools. So every year, we'll take a portion that's statistically representative, and the kids will have to sit for a test. And this, so that the test was no longer high stakes for the individual student, but became high stakes for the school. So the results were given back. School X, this is your literacy, numeracy levels.
Okay.
And
that's what we don't have in Malaysia right now.
Yeah.
We got rid of the exam system, but we don't have this middle ground of being able to assess schools now. At least that's the impression that I get. Correct me if I'm wrong. So you have this ability to sample. Almost it's like an internal Malaysian PISA, right? Yeah. That's what Indonesia did.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So the funny part also, the guy that designed it was an Indonesian that had worked with OECD and PISA.
Okay.
That was brought in as one of the director generals into the ministry also.
That also is an interesting thing, because Malaysia, we're not allowed to bring in any outside folks into the Ministry of Education.
Yeah.
As thing. Whereas in Indonesia, you are a Malaysian is in the Ministry of Education. How did that happen?
But my role is not formal. I don't have to report to Parliament or anything like that. So I'm just supporting as an advisor.
Okay.
But for the level under the minister, that first level, it's called an open position in the civil service, where anyone can apply. But of course, they have to be Indonesian for that.
Okay.
So we got someone in that had that PISA thinking, that then brought that approach to us.
So he was a Johan Marikan lah. We have only one example of that in Malaysia. His name is John Marikan. He works for Finance Ministry.
Yeah.
We have only one person from outside that was inducted into the civil service, and that's Johan Marikan. Johan, are you here? No, you're not. Okay. He was here this morning. Okay. Fadlina you can't ingest anyone, right? From outside. There's no way. Would you like to if you had the opportunity?
I really believe in our talents as well, but we seek advice from time to time from others.
Okay.
And we have established our Majlis Penasihat Pendidikan Kebangsaan, which is very good. And we actually develop this kind of talent, from Malaysia. So I think we are doing good, but from time to time, yes, we get advice from UNICEF, from UNESCO, so it's okay.
But okay, right. So, but advisory level. Okay. So go on. I interrupted you, Zamir. Sorry.
So from on top of the assessment, so there was then a report card based on the literacy, numeracy, and then there was also student survey and sentiment almost. like on bullying, quality of teaching, etc. So even that was given to the school as like 6 priority indicators. And that report was published at the school level, kabupaten or district level, and then province or state level equivalent.
Okay.
So all that data was presented, and then budgets could be reallocated based on the new assessment criteria. And previously it was all like more process, paper-based. That was a lot of work. So all of that was removed so that there was no longer compliance requirements, and it was only on outcomes that we wanted to see.
Okay.
So that's one so far, yeah.
Okay, wow, what is the first thing,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So again, the theme of authentic data, right? That's what you needed data, and the data came from the schools, from the sampling, and so on.
And published.
And published.
Yeah.
So it's not secret, it's external, so that people can comment, look at it, and self-assess, right? Just like things like that, right? So,
yeah.
And then, if now I have to ask you, given the time, I have to ask to summarize a little. There's a big change management program. If you can, step 2, step 3.
Yeah, so then we also had the written curriculum, which a lot of the changes are very similar to what's seen globally, so I won't expand on that. But on the taught curriculum, we did 3 important things. First thing was school principals. We revamped the school principal selection criteria, made it possible with anyone with minimum of 5 years of experience to be principals, so they didn't have to wait for a 20-year career. By then, it's like there was a relevance gap that was missing.
Yeah. Shanaz, how long can you be a principal in 5 years in Malaysia? Can you be a principal in a Malaysian school in 5 years? Does anyone know that? Any MOE individuals? Can you be a principal in school in 5 years in Malaysia? Time-based.
I don't think
it's
so.
Time-based, all right? Seniority-based, not ability-based.
Yeah.
Right?
So principals became the change agents on the ground. And I think Malaysia had something similar like the SISC and then the SIP Plus. But they were always like sort of external roles in the school rather than someone in the school that had that accountability directly.
Yeah.
So I can understand why Malaysia did it in the blueprint previously as a step to get there, but we just skipped that and we just changed the principal selection process. And then we also changed the process for new teachers to come in. So we changed it at the top and we changed it at the bottom, at the beginning. And then middle group of teachers that were there, one constraint that we had was budget and training that we could do. Even if we introduce any new policy, it would almost take like 15 years if we had to do the teach the trainer and then the teachers learn from that perspective. So we created an online learning platform that content was developed by the ministry, so there was no distortion or loss of quality. And then the principals that we hired could then take that and start running professional learning communities, so that even the principal's job description was changed to be an instructional leader, which was called out heavily in our blueprint also, but we just made sure that became a practice in schools.
Okay, great. Thanks, Zamir. I mean, so I guess I think, Zamir, you were summarizing what was probably, sort of many hours of work into just this short 5-minute on change management. Not easy. We all know that because we've tried to change our companies before. I'm trying to change a company of 70 people. Not easy. Trying to change a group of, we're talking about, 300,000 schools. That's crazy. Okay, now I'd just like to turn to Lee Kai, simply because I guess Lee Kai has a bit more of a perspective across jurisdictions and so on, about how organizationally, right? I mean, you heard about Zamir doing, is what Indonesia's doing, what we're doing, how does an organization, how do you create readiness of organizations? As you said, it's all about culture for Shanaz. It's about processes and authentic data. How do you make sure that organizations are ready, able, and willing for change, right? What are the elements that, especially in the Malaysian context, given that you have a unique view of the Malaysian context?
Thanks, Malik. I think as YB has pointed out, an education organization, education system is a hugely complex item. And when you look at, I guess, the world's most improved school systems, or the best school systems in the world, and how they've affected organizational change, they tend to look at the education system as a system. And what I mean by that is, every school system, every education system, in fact, every school goes through a certain performance journey. So school systems or schools go from being poor performing to fair performing to good performing to great and to excellence. And the key for organization change in education system is understanding and implementing that there is no one-size-fits-all model. And by that, what I mean is a school system or school who is in a poor to fair performance journey. You need a different set of interventions from a school system or an administrative organization, which is moving from good to great or great to excellent. At the poor to fair stage, organizational change, system change requires much more support, not less. It requires, for example, prescriptive support, lesson planning, getting the basic infrastructure right, less initiatives, getting schools to focus. At the good to great phase of the performance journey, school systems, schools tend to focus on professionalizing the teaching profession. Like Zamir was talking about, making school principals instructional leaders, getting career pathways, raising the bar for the teaching profession, different career pathway specializations. At the great to excellent phase of the performance journey, what school systems tend to focus on as an organization is about collaborative practices. It's about decentralizing decision rights. It's about finding innovation at specific schools, specific classes, identifying them, replicating them, and disseminating practices across. So one of the biggest challenges for organization change or system change in a school system is you tend to learn from the wrong practices. There is no such thing as best practices in education reform. It's about relevant practice. Learn from school systems which are undergoing the same journey. I think if I may, YP also talked about this concept of guided autonomy, which I like to come to because it's an important concept. And so when you look at what the best performing and the most improved school systems do, the same concept of earned autonomy or guided autonomy is critical. This is not about saying I'm going to blanket give schools autonomy. If you look at countries like New Zealand, 25 years ago, flipped on a switch, every school had autonomy. 10, 15 years later, 1/3 of schools were failing. And the reason for that is this concept about a differentiated approach. A school or a school system which is in a poor to fair performance journey cannot quite cope with autonomy. They need more support, not less. They need less initiatives. They need more focus. Focus on basic infrastructure, literacy, numeracy, prescriptive support. Only when schools or school systems get better, then we prescribe adequacy and unleash greatness. That's when earned autonomy comes in.
Yeah, I see that. I guess, I mean, the first principle is to classify those schools into fair, poor, fair, good, great. I think, again, the question of authentic data comes in. That means the ability to no one's gaming the system. We were really trying to get the data on the schools. I think we had that before. At one point we listed, I remember this Idris Jala days, right? He listed from certain things, and then and interestingly, some private schools, including private schools, and some public schools were in the top band as well, right? And then you work, as you say, you say different horses for different courses, right? Basically, for the poor to fair, you have a lesson plan, prescriptive. This is what you do, McDonald's of education. That means you follow this SOP, pop. But with the excellent ones, hey, you want to do your debate, decathlon, whatever it is, they kind of go ahead, right? That's your call. The headmasters has a call. So I think that's a fantastic approach, but it's predicated on the fact that we have authentic data. That's the most important thing, and public data as well. Okay. Let's talk about then, so we did, actually you covered a couple of points which can you just, maybe, one thing when I looked at the Malaysian education blueprint, when I saw the chart I remember there was a pyramid. It wasn't a pyramid. It was almost like of administrators and state level administrators, federal level administrators, and then you get the teacher administration. It wasn't a pyramid. It was almost like a rectangle. There's one teacher for every for every administrator. It felt like it. I don't know whether that stat was wrong. You're looking at me quite, but did you have this?
It was like a kerengga looking because the top. And then schools.
Oh, macam hourglass.
Yes.
Okay. Likai, did you have any, this is about sort of this thing about PPDs and JPNs and staff involved in that. Is there ways to kind of get that more balanced?
I think if I understand Malay, what you're describing was, I guess, the organizational structure, the head count of the ministry engine. Right? I think in Malaysia, and admittedly in many countries as well, the organization of the education ministry looks like an hourglass. Fairly top-heavy, a lot of teachers at the school level, and a very thin middle layer. So in Malaysia, we've got the federal ministry, we've got the state level JPNs, and we've got the district level PPDs, district offices. And what the research is showing in terms of system change, successful education system change, is that this middle layer is actually absolutely vital. And in middle layer, in Malaysia, of course, we mean the JPN and the PPDs, the state and the district leaders. So in some ways, if you think about who are the most pivotal, who are the most consequential, influential leaders in the education system, it is the 150 or so district education leaders and state education leaders in the middle, and what role they play. And again, for successful school system reform, these pivotal leaders, the 150, play an absolutely vital role in terms of providing both support and accountability to schools. So typically for middle layers, sometimes they act like a postman. Federal ministry says certain things, I will pass on the message, the arahans, the circulars, the guidelines. Successful systems, they emphasize leadership development, they emphasize empowering the middle layer. So they provide more support to schools, curriculum support, pedagogical support. They also provide accountability, performance management, data transparency. They also act as a buffer between the ministry and the schools. They prevent the schools from being overwhelmed by the number of initiatives coming down. They help the schools in terms of learning from each other. They help the schools prioritize what they should do and what they shouldn't do. They help identify which schools are improving, which are not, and therefore which cluster interventions work. So exactly to Malik's point, this is often it's not just the what of education reform, what we should do, the initiatives, but how we implement, how we execute, how we deliver, and how do we win the hearts and minds and get that change down. And that middle layer plays an absolutely vital role.
All right. So now I'd like to take that from that and kind of like say, I think there's also a point of view that beyond that 150, headmasters and headmistresses are also really crucial. School leadership is also crucial to the education system. But at the federal level, there's one issue that I've actually encountered, and I don't know how you guys do it at MOE, right? But if you have a director general that's appointed, and he or she is still 2 years till retirement, and appointed at that level, at that point, that means you got 2 years, and then the continuity breaks, right? I think we've had this for like 3-4 DGs already, where it's just 2 years, 2 years, 2 years, and our blueprint is 15 years, 10 years, right? Is there a way around this, or are you forced to follow this seniority, time-based system? I don't know. I'd rather put in, I don't know. I'm not saying, I'm just saying that, you know, is there a MOE, is there some realization that this is not actually conducive to success, to, you know, sort of continuity of programs?
We are fully aware of that situation. Yes, we...
Renew, ke tak renew, everyone's worried. 6 months later, you're still acting DG because you don't know whether you renew or not.
But of course, we have the same concern, okay, because the continuity issues and these what we call these strategic approach that we have to implement during that critical years. Of course, it's within our concern as well. But again, we are subject to this our policy in terms of service.
We have the state secretary.
We are making sure that the next appointment should be within that critical years of implementing the good policy. So we are aware, we are concerned about it.
Yeah. All right. And when you hear about things like what Likai was saying about sort of the staffing and where the balance should be, what's your sense of that? Do you agree? Do you feel that no, it's actually Likai, you're not aware of a few things, and in terms of, is it that hourglass issue that, you know, there's no concentration at the...
I think it's so obvious. What Lee Kang mentioned is actually our greatest challenge. When it comes to implementation, that would be the issue, Lee Kang, right? We have sort of like from top to bottom implementation. So yes, that would be our main challenges. But I believe that there are some potential and improvement that we can derive from that. and we are doing it now. And this year, my focus will be on every single PPT. So we are going to make sure that the effort, the delivery, and of course, the quality, especially in terms of our PPD and JPN, are doing or on track, because we have so many things that going on this year. So it's very critical for this year. So I'm looking at it. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
May I interject on that?
Yes, sure, Shahnaz.
So apart from doing trust schools, we actually did a district transformation program as a partnership at one state. I must say my data is showing we have problems at all levels, let's be clear. The question now is that the exigency of problem for implementation purpose, we need to decide where is the intervention that we need to focus on. And because of the students' gap, I guess, or the expectation of the industry community against what has been coming out from our system is getting further and further away. I honestly think at the end of the day, instead of the district focus, I would still concentrate more on teachers at the moment. I mean, because if you look at the school leaders, I mean, unfortunately, as you said, 5 years you don't get to school being principal here in Malaysia. And if you talk about DG, 2 years, I can tell you same thing at principal. Oh. Okay, maybe 5, 6 years ago. I think now MOE has been refreshing that a bit. But on the other hand, what Trust School has shown is that working on the middle leaders, teachers, in the school actually is much more sustainable. It actually delivers outcome faster and it's actually more sustainable. So rather than I invest the ringgit at this rate, I must say, I mean, this is based on the data. I think I'd rather invest on the teachers in the school.
All right, a slightly different point. Ilka?
Yeah, I think Shahnaz raises probably the single most important point around system reform, education system reform, the teachers, right? Because I think what all the research shows and consistently shows is the quality of an education system cannot exceed the quality of its teachers. The single biggest determinant of,
Let's repeat that. What, can you say that again, Likai? For some of them, you might, the single?
Yeah, so the quality of education system cannot exceed the quality of its teachers. And the single biggest determinant of student outcomes is the quality of the teaching, and by definition, the quality of the teachers and the instruction that we get in the classroom. And so, exactly to Shahnaz's point, if you look at the most improved systems or the best systems, it's a relentless focus on teachers. It's about making the entry bar very high for teachers. It's about providing much more professional development. It's about investing in teachers. It's not just about pre-service, it's about in-service program. It's about career pathways for teachers. It's about providing different specializations, master teachers, specialist teachers. It's also about eventually professionalizing teaching, for raising the profile of the teaching profession, making it a real profession, setting up professional bodies, certification for teachers at some point. And
which is different from unions also.
Yes, and if we look back in I guess in the history of Malaysian education, 25 years ago, we had a student-teacher ratio of 23 to 1. 23 students to 1 teacher. That's 25 years ago. 10, 12 years later, we increased the number of teachers, and we had a student-teacher ratio of 14 to 1. So about 230,000 teachers, we increased about 400,000 teachers. Our learning outcomes didn't necessarily increase during that period. And again, what the research is showing is, it's not necessarily the class size that matters. It's not necessarily the number of teachers that matters. In fact, it's not even necessarily how much money we put in or the investment we put in. It is fundamentally the quality of the teachers and the quality of teaching, which is, I think, what Shahnaz pointed out. Yeah. And I guess what we could also see is, if you look at, I guess, learning outcomes, this point about what do we spend on. I think Malik was saying I think Malaysia probably spends 12, 14,000 ringgit per student, about 3,000, 4,000.
13,000 ringgit per primary school student. Primary secondary school student. Yeah.
Right? And you have systems who spend perhaps half of what we do, like let's say for Vietnam. And the average 15-year-old Vietnamese student is 1 school year ahead of Malaysia. So again, it's not necessarily what we spend on. Sorry, it's not necessarily how much we spend, but what we spend on. Teachers, quality of the teaching, and lifting the profession.
Yeah, great.
And as much as I definitely supported the fact that our blueprint, we implemented, I think maybe almost half of what we said we're going to implement. Oops. But teachers' initiative in the blueprint, I think, was the lowest. This is based on the recent LSE elements study. We look at data. I mean, this one, we are not looking at people. We're really looking line by line by the initiatives and saying which one has been completed. So the teachers' initiative is among the lowest. I think more than 50% was not implemented. So I'm just saying that if you want to think through for the next blueprint, I think we really need to ramp this up.
And I'd like to interject here by saying there are organizations such as yourselves and Teach for Malaysia, right? That actually, when we talk about focus on teachers, Teach for Malaysia, I've been to a school in Kedah as part of the
TFM week.
TFM week, right? And I was amazed at the teacher, the TFM teacher, the class that she had, you know, and you know, she was Chinese and the kids were Malay, right? And they loved her and they were dedicated and things. And I guess what I'm trying to say is this, if anything I can say is that, Fadlina, you have a lot of support in the private sector, in NGOs that want to help. I think some of the help that we've given before, like TFM, has been cut back to a certain extent, in the sense that teachers provided by TFM now do not have kind of like the decision-making of a normal teacher. They are like teaching assistants. So, I mean, the resources are here. There are people who are willing to do that, who do their thing. So take advantage of us. Really, do take advantage of us. We're all here to help. You know, I'll give you an example. I mean, the LSE alumni actually prepared a document. I'm not an LSA alumni actually, but they say Alumni Society of Malaysia, improving the quality of education in Malaysia, and you know they have a table of contents. They did this document just for this when they knew that I was moderating the session, and charts on how to get teachers excited about the teaching profession again. And there's stuff here from G25. Everyone, I remember the moment they heard that I was going to moderate the session, I'm getting all kinds of like, Malik, please talk to her about this. Please talk to her about that. So I can assure you, right? I can assure you, you have all the goodwill of us. We want our kids to do well. You will solve DSAI's social cost of living factor. You know, middle-class parents here spend 20K at least a year on private education because we don't, you know, we feel that the public education system has let us down. So you take 20,000, 50,000, 80,000 out of the system, they have cash in their hands and they will be able to spend on the economy, right? So with that, I would like to pass this to you. Thank you very much. And thank you to all our panelists for a fantastic session. Thank you very much. Sorry I couldn't get to your questions. The time was up, but I had to do this, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, YB Puan Fadlina, Puan Shasnaz, Encik Chen, Encik Zamir, and Encik Malik for sharing such valuable insight. We kindly ask you to remain on stage for a photo session.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, it's middle, yeah, that's it. Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you again to our moderator as well as all of our panelists. Kindly head to the left side of the stage to receive your token of appreciation. Before we begin our next session, I would like just to remind that all questions can be submitted via Slido. Simply scan the QR code at the back of your participant tags. I would like to invite all of the participants to have a seat or head to the right side of the hall as we need to move on to our next session. What are the multidimensional aspects of poverty and the much-needed reforms to reduce income disparity and promote social mobility while also pursuing sustainable economic growth? How can we give our children from all backgrounds better chances of succeeding? Next, on our agenda is a panel discussion on socioeconomic direction, which will dive into healthcare reforms, aging nation, social protection, and poverty. And now let us all give a big round of applause to our esteemed panelists. Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Dr. Haji Zulkifli Ahmad, Minister of Health. Yang berbahagia Datuk Wan Kamaruzaman Wan Ahmad, Chairman MBSB. Dr. Sabina Alkaya, Director of Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative and Professor of Poverty and Human Development, University of Oxford. Ms. Lina Marliani, Executive Director, Abdul Latif Jamil Poverty Action Lab, Southeast Asia. Yang Berusaha, Dr. Rahima Ibrahim, Associate Professor, Malaysian Research Institute of Aging, My Aging, University Putra, Malaysia. And moderating this session will be Encik Nur Hisham Hussein, Senior Director of Economics and Finance, Prime Minister's Office. So the following session will start with sharing by Dr. Sabina on multidimensional poverty and inclusive futures, to be followed with a panel discussion.
Okay, thank you, MC. Very good afternoon. I think that panel just now is a very tough act to follow. So hopefully it will be able to give you something, some food for thought, something interesting to ponder over. I think the approach that we're going to be taking here is going to be a little different. I think Dr. Sabina will give us a short presentation on what the MPI is and how it's calculated and what the policy implications are. And then we'll have interventions from the rest of the panelists. So with that, I would invite Dr. Sabina, if you can proceed. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's lovely to be here, and it's lovely that in the first Malaysia Economic Forum, it not only talks about the aspirations of growth, the aspirations of a dynamic, digitally transformed economy, but also the possibility of embedding inclusivity, concern for the poor and the vulnerable into that vision. And that presages a kind of commitment which I think is relevant in Malaysia and also outside. What I would like to do is to talk a little bit about how non-monetary aspects of poverty complement the normal monetary poverty measure, to introduce how this is measured, and then to show how it can be a tool for many different parts of government, different levels of government, actors outside of the government, from the corporate sector to the NGOs, to work together and put their shoulder to the same wheel of reducing poverty in all its forms. So we begin with the experts on poverty, the protagonists, the men, women, and children who experience that condition, and listen to how they describe situations of ill-being by whatever word is dignified in their context. And often their description is that several things are going wrong at the same time. It might be housing, it might be education, as we just heard, it might be access to health care or good health status, it might be a good job, formal working conditions, it might be different kinds of living standard arrangements. But the characteristic of poor people's lives is often that several of these deprivations strike them at the same time. And this is not only the case across the world, but it is particularly the case also in high-income countries. The Nobel laureate in economics, Angus Deaton, pointed out that high-income countries underline the importance that monetary indicators of poverty be complemented by non-monetary poverty indicators because of the mismatches in these countries as well with good market penetration. Coming conceptually to the work of another Nobel laureate in economics, Amartya Sen, he observed that there can be coupling or overlaps or simultaneous deprivations and disadvantages in the lives of poor people. And this is very important, not just to measurement, but to responding, because people who experience different deprivations together may not have the time to obtain the benefits of siloed activities. And so integrated policies are both more cost-effective and more efficacious in time. So today, what I would like to speak about is how, in this context of Malaysia, in ASEAN, but also in countries across the world, official, permanent national statistics of multidimensional poverty are complementing official, permanent statistics of monetary poverty and infusing policy responses and motivating actions and recognizing success. So these are what we call national MPIs, or multidimensional poverty indices. And they are tailored to the national context. Malaysia will be different than Indonesia, which will be different again from Sri Lanka or from countries in Latin America in terms of what are the constituent factors of poverty, what should be in the National Development Plan, where are the values of the different societies. But a national MPI is computed usually by the Department of Statistics, but it is an official statistic that cannot be compared across countries, but can be compared over time. And on the international stage, the first Sustainable Development Goal is to end poverty in all its forms. The first target is to end $2.15 per day extreme monetary poverty. And the second out of the 169 targets is to cut national MPI by national definitions by 1/2 in 15 years. And how this is done is what we'll be speaking of most in terms of budgeting, in terms of targeting, in terms of policy design, coordination across ministries that often compete, and then making success visible. So forgive me, but 3 minutes of what a multidimensional poverty measure is. First, you select the dimensions and indicators that reflect poverty in the National Development Plan and in the lives of the protagonists, and this varies by countries. And for each dimension, you identify indicators in which a person or a household is either deprived or non-deprived. For example, is a child stunted in that household? Does that household have access to the internet? Does that household have an educated member, somebody with a formal job, and so on? And from those, for each person or each household, you create a profile. Which of these deprivations do they experience? It might be none, it might be all, it might be some combination, which is the most normal. And you add up the weighted deprivations so that they get a score of what proportion of disadvantages they are experiencing. And then you set a poverty cutoff, but it's different. People are carrying different deprivation loads, and the question for multidimensional poverty is what deprivation load is too much? What constitutes poverty? Is it if you are deprived in 1/4 or 1/3 of the weighted indicators? Every person whose deprivation score is at or above that poverty line, if their deprivation load is that much or more, they are identified as poor. So already you have your first multidimensional poverty statistic, which is the percentage of the society who are multidimensionally poor. And you can compare that with the percentage of people who are monetary poor. It's a very familiar statistic. But it doesn't stop there. You also know the average deprivation score among poor people. Some might be deprived in 100%, some in 40%. What on average is it nationally? And that's what we call intensity. And if you simply multiply these two numbers together, the incidence or percentage of poor people by the average deprivation score of the poor, you get the MPI or multidimensional poverty index. And it shows the percentage of possible deprivations that is experienced in that society. And that number is then disaggregated by rural and urban areas, by age cohorts of children, of the elderly, of people in between, by people living with disabilities or not, by different subnational regions of the groups. So in different ways that the data permit to see inequalities within the country in terms of levels of poverty, and to identify also the face of poverty. In some places, maybe health deprivations are worse. In others, it might be education or living standards or employment. And this then becomes the tool for policy, because now you know how many deprivations poor people have, where they live, their age, their education, and which deprivations they have together at the same time. And this data then can inform a cost-effective plan to reduce multidimensional poverty in a short time period. So that's the end of the measurement part. It's what I love, but I presume you do not love it. So I will now turn to how these are used. And we begin with the work of the great and late economist Sir Tony Atkinson, who wrote his first book on poverty in 1969, and his last book was published posthumously in 2019, Measuring Poverty Around the World. And in that last book, he observed that what is different about a poverty measure from any other statistic is that it must be linked to action. It is not a success as a statistic if it is rigorous, if it is regularly reported, if it is published in the best academic papers of the world. It is successful if it is linked to action that changes poor people's lives. And he observes that how this is working in our current times is to bring the indicators of multidimensional poverty and monetary poverty into a frame as key performance indicators that can monitor changes over time. And this, in a sense, is how the multidimensional poverty measure is being used by many different countries around the world, and how we might want to learn how it could add value in Malaysia. So briefly, what are the ways of reducing poverty when you have an information base that gives you a high resolution radiography of poverty across the country? The first is to complement monetary poverty. These are not competitors, they are friends. And together, they show poverty better. This, for example, is the United States, which has, from the US Bureau of Census and Statistics, an official monetary measure and a multidimensional deprivation index. And as you see, monetary poverty was 12.3% and multidimensional was 15%. But only 8.3% were poor by both measures. That meant in the United States, 6.8% of the population 21.7 million people were multidimensionally poor, but not monetary poor. If you only used monetary poverty, these people are not in your visual field. You can't see them. You don't know their situation, but they feel it, and they feel overlooked. When Michelle Bachelet, the former president of Chile, launched Chile's national MPI, she said, "I care more about you. I want to be more ambitious. I want to recognize your circumstances," and released a multidimensional poverty measure that was higher than monetary poverty, but also captured many people who had been overlooked before. In the United States, as in other countries, they've then studied the people who are multidimensionally poor but not monetary poor and identified the policy value added of having that information. The paper is in the slides. The second is to monitor poverty over time. Often, people think of poverty and they feel guilty. And I'm told, "Sabina, don't make us feel bad. You make us depressed." But poverty measures could be thought of differently as recognizing change. For example, in India, in 2015-16, by the official MPI of India, 25% of people were poor. And that came down by 2019-21 to 14.5%. That's over 100 million people leaving poverty. The poorest districts, as you see in the map that were red, India's poverty measure goes down to the district level, reduced their poverty strongly. All of their 12 indicators reduced significantly. And as we will see later, the poorest states, the children, the rural areas that were all the poorest, had the fastest reduction of poverty. So they were not leaving the poorest behind in this tremendous change. Because we have His Excellency the Minister of Health, I wanted to mention also in the United States, my last comment on that country, monetary poverty went down 3 percentage points and multidimensional poverty 6 percentage points in 9 years. But if you look at the brackets where the orange line had a steeper reduction, the gray line of monetary poverty didn't have an acceleration. But those were the years of the Obamacare program being rolled out. A successful health reform may not touch monetary poverty in the same period, but an MPI that includes health will go down that year. Similarly, in the last session on education, if education learning outcomes or children's school careers are lengthened, then a monetary poverty measure will not change for some time in the future, but that year, a multidimensional poverty indicator would change. So it's a much more real-time monitoring tool for services, for infrastructure development, and for some of these outcomes. And big changes are possible. Not every country has strong changes, but to show you a few examples, in Thailand, in 10 years, multidimensional poverty by their official measure fell from 28% to 8.6%. In Vietnam, in 11 years, from 18.1 to 2.9. But it's not just in one region. In Paraguay, in Armenia, in South Africa, these other countries had very strong reductions of multidimensional poverty within a given time period. And so it is possible to move the needle on multidimensional poverty. What happens when it gets too low is it's recalibrated. Bhutan, for example, now has also a moderate poverty measure that identifies 17% of their population as poor. And in a country as diverse as Malaysia, it might even be interesting to have two poverty measures, one for more metropolitan areas and one for some of the more rural regions. The third use, which may or may not be relevant, but is used in most of the countries with an MPI, is to inform budget allocation. This is particularly important when resources are constrained. For example, in Costa Rica, they looked at each of their indicators of the MPI, and they mapped the programs and the allocations for those indicators. And they found that in some indicators there was zero budget allocation, like getting the children in the right grade for their age. And they also found that the allocation was biggest in the least poor regions. So the president passed a decree without increasing the budget to reallocate. And they did, and poverty reduction accelerated. And so that has been a feature of many of the uses. Targeting is another feature. Whether these are targeting the poorest groups for universal programs or targeting at the household level. For example, in China, with the most recent accurate poverty reduction, there is household targeting. And in that approach, there is a column that shows the deprivations that each poor person experiences. In Honduras, the people got a QR code for what they needed. If it was food insecurity, if it was access to education and scholarships for higher secondary school, or if it was a kind of health care, they would obtain the kind of non-monetary social protection that they required. Very efficient. In Panama, they identified high disparities. Panama City had low levels of poverty. But in the indigenous comarcas in that country, poverty was not 4%, it was 93%. And in the next 3 years, they focused on those poorest areas. And the biggest reductions of poverty were in the poorest areas. So in that sense, regional targeting is also used in many places. A very big challenge, and perhaps our most common question, is how do countries coordinate? Because, with all respect, some ministers like to compete, and they would compete for resources, and they might not work together. And that is natural, because people have gifts and they really want to do what they can in a time of office. But what do you do if there's a multidimensional measure that wants coordination? An example for this is the country in Colombia. President Santos launched its MPI in 2011, having become president in 2010. And he set microsimulated targets by 2014 and used a management consultancy to set annual targets, and then set up a roundtable that he chaired. And the 9 ministries involved had to be there in person. They could not send delegates. And they assessed their progress each year, and they met twice a year. And they reallocated with the indicators that were not going down. So if the indicator was stuck, they tried to break the bottleneck. They cut poverty by 1/3 in 8 years, both monetary and multidimensional, during the time of building a peace process and winning the Nobel Peace Prize. So that is an example, but what happened, and the ministers themselves talked among it, is that they learned that they couldn't reach their goal if they didn't work together. The health minister needed roads and education. The education minister needed children who could concentrate during class, who had nutrition, etc. They also realized that poverty was important, personally, ethically, as well as professionally, and that poverty is a team sport. They had to play together, and they had to play to win. In other spaces, they could compete. But when it came to poverty, coordination brought a shared success, and it was claimed by all. I've already touched on how Panama and India, for example, worked to leave no one behind, and also to make visible if the poorest groups were having the biggest reduction. And that is something that is in many other countries. For example, I have not talked about the global MPI, but in the global MPI, for every country, we look at whether the poorest are being left behind or not. And in this graphic, the poorest are on the right-hand side, and it's a race to zero poverty. And the bubbles on the right-hand side in this diagram are winning the race. This is Indonesia in one period. Oaxaca, the second poorest state in Mexico, took it on itself to have a big change, and the governor made a big change, 2016 to 2022. So this is important to recognize whether the poorest are gaining the fastest. But this work is not just the work of government. It also requires others. And it requires NGOs, the private sector, students, philanthropists, foundations, international development partners. And that means communicating the MPI, whether it be India or Mexico, teams went to each state and explained what it was. In Ghana, they released 261 national reports from their census data. So local actors knew what poverty was and knew what to do. But making poverty a shared priority for different actors is also essential. So the data are shared and understood and interpreted correctly. Indeed, they come into civil service exams. They come into educational curricula. And so that's another and final step, is the communication. So I've tried to show some of the ways that the MPI is being used among the 65 countries in a South-South network we have the privilege to be the secretariat of. And at present, 3 billion people live in countries that have an official permanent metric of multidimensional poverty. And they are increasingly articulating their experiences. I mentioned Colombia, and its president, with Oxford University Press, published a book on the policies of Colombia during that period. The vice president of Costa Rica is gathering her notebook. So this is an increasingly articulate community of interest, and Malaysia is a very important partner in it. So with permission from the Ministry of Economy, I'd close by recognizing that the Ministry of Economy, with many of you, many stakeholders, with UNDP, with OFI and the University of Oxford, are revising the national MPI for Malaysia. They are basing it on Amartya Sen's capability approach. They've had extensive consultations with different experts across different types of expertise. And they plan also to communicate the MPI extensively. We hope that Malaysia's metric, combined with the evident leadership and commitment we have seen in this forum, means that it will be a dynamic tool that will actually go beyond what I've shared from the countries that currently use it, to use other technologies, other innovations, and to be a path-breaking adoption of this technology, not only for Malaysia and for ASEAN, but on the global stage. And we hope that it will add value by bringing into vision Malaysians who have deprivations that may include or may go beyond that of net disposable income. And a question for you in the audience is also whether other people will take this on, people outside of government, people who might think that they are insignificant. And I could tell stories. The minister who launched the MPI in Costa Rica later became its president. A young person who had just graduated from another country attacked us on Skype, wanted to make a measure, did it, and is now working with the national MPI of that country. So you don't have to be important, and you don't have to be in positions of authority to take this work forward, because the young people sometimes have the most creativity and can see things from a fresh angle. And so I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to share, but also thank you for what you will do in future and how I can be your student and learn and document and share your experiences with other countries. And I look forward very much to learning from the panelists how their work might intersect. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sabina. Fundamentally, what it boils down to is what does not get measured does not get done. And I think what we are trying to reach for with an MPI is a notion of the dignity of life beyond just having financial resources. It's not just about money, right? Okay, so let me begin this intervention before I bring in the other panelists, because I've been dying to ask this question for ages. One of the things that is really underappreciated regarding poverty is that it's not a static group. We cannot point to a single person and say that person is poor, right? It's not homogeneous. There's a lot of different factors involved. And the fact that there's a lot of movement into and out of financial-based poverty measures means really complicates the policy interventions that are required. Because, you know, within a space of 3 or 4 years, you might see a quarter of the people coming out of poverty and another, you know, they'd be replaced by somebody else. So targeting is a constant struggle. Now, with an MPI, would that group be a lot more stable in the sense that if we can identify multiple measures of poverty, and understand that circumstances a lot better, would that definition of the poor be a much more stable group in which we can apply more effective policy interventions?
Yes, very much so. So, for example, we used the longitudinal panel data set of Europe, the European Union EU Silk data set with my colleagues Anne-Catherine Guillot and Eric Marlier and Maurizio Appablaza. And we found that 1/4 of the population of Europe had been poor in the past 4 years because of this volatility. But where we have used panel data, including for Indonesia, to study multidimensional poverty, it is more stable. And so families who leave poverty, there is some churning, particularly around the unemployment aspects. And if there is a disaster, and people might have detriments to housing, they might move to rural areas away from better living situations. But so in those you can see visibly those changes, but the ordinary churning is much dampened. And that's why you see, I think, the very visible reductions in so many countries of multidimensional poverty.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. So let me bring in YB Minister. I know that you know, a lot of health indicators are definitely correlated with a lot of the deprivations that we're looking at here. I mean, the financial aspect, the lack of education, et cetera, et cetera. But it's also, you know, it makes the access to healthcare a lot more complicated as well. So my question here is that our healthcare system, despite the fact that we have universal access, quote unquote, we've been suffering from a lack of investment into the system for almost a generation. It's almost collapsed during COVID. What can the government do about that? How can we make sure that we continue to have a sustainable healthcare system and that it is actually accessible by those in poverty or those deprived otherwise?
And how many minutes do I have for that question? All right. Thank you, Mr. Nur Hisham and Sabina and fellow panelists. Assalamu alaikum, salam adani, and salam sejahtera, everyone. Right. I truly would like to, you know, echo this, that the paradigm that you have set on a multidimensional poverty index. But this question is coming in a way that I have to relate it to, you know, what this minister is now grappling with. And if I begin by saying, imagine a child born into poverty, struggles with poor nutrition and inadequate health care. This child will grow up, you know, without being able to reach his true, full educational and income earning potential, while being, of course, more susceptible to, you know, plethora of chronic illnesses in adulthood. So, doubtless, poverty causes, or poor health rather, causes poverty, and poverty begets poor health. And this vicious cycle is the essence of what I would want to, you know, address in the light of the MPI. And if unaddressed, this become a cycle that traps families, communities, especially the underserved, generation after generation in a relentless, vicious cycle of disadvantage. And that would have massive implication nationally on our economy and, of course, the well-being of our nation. Now, how do we break this cycle of poor health and poverty? You know, I will address what you asked about, you know, but this will be where it's so important for this minister, you know, especially in determining the way forward to enhance healthcare and system and healthcare delivery. Addressing poor health leading to poverty is certainly one. You know, health issues oftentimes limits individual productivity, reducing income and economic instability, and that poverty causing poor health. You know, of course, those living in the poverty face barriers to accessing nutritious food, a clean environment, and safe spaces for physical activity. Now, that would bring me to immediately illustrate this by way of the case of stunting in Malaysia. That would be a direct. Stunting in children exemplifies how poor health can perpetuate the cycle of poverty. And I would like to remind all of us that the prevalence of stunting among children under 5 in Malaysia increased from 16.6% in 2011 to 21.2% in 2022.
It's much higher than the poverty rate.
Yeah, it is true, right? And now, not only that, it's a double whammy, and especially parents must surely jump at this. It affects physical growth and simultaneously impairs cognitive development. And that would be truly a double whammy. Now, this cycle can persist in future generations as stunted individuals may become parents of stunted children. Now, perpetuating the cycle of poverty and poor health. Now, I would quickly, of course, we in Ministry of Health addresses this through various comprehensive strategies targeting malnutrition across all life stages. And we have this, we have just launched our strengthening the critical first 1,000 days of life with involvement of the private sectors as well. And of course, school supplementary food program, which is the Rancangan Makanan Tambahan, the RMTs, that has been implemented since 1979, and this year alone, to improve the nutritional status and overall health of school children, particularly school children from hardcore poor household, benefiting 724,671 students nationwide in 2024. And of course there is this, you were talking along our panel earlier, in her earlier days in school days, since 2022 we have the school milk program again, revived. Now, I would want to immediately address that in the light of what Dr. Sabina has alluded to and exemplified on this, the MPI, the Multidimensional Poverty Index, I would want to hereby illustrate that on what is known as the social determinant of health, the SDH. Now, in some ways, the SDH mirrors your multidimensional poverty. Truly, I was looking at this, and we must understand that it is widely acknowledged that social determinant of health contributes significantly to health outcomes, and often estimated to be around 80% of health outcome, compared to 20% of outcome as provided for from the clinical care or the healthcare facilities. Now, this is truly, truly very pertinent as to be able to understand moving forward on a longer timeline, how do you get to invest and how do you get to strategize, addressing particularly now of the pandemic of the what is known as the non-communicable diseases, the chronic diseases. So with that, and what is meant by social determinant of health is essentially what mirrors around here on education, on economic stability of income and employment, financial security, as I said, education earlier, social and community context, and neighborhood, physical environment, housing, transportation, safety, food environment, access to nutritious food, and clean water, sanitation, and whatnot. Now, how do you get to addressing the role of social determinant of health? Is, I think, the most important thing, by way of determining how a country like us, an upper middle income economy, to be able to spend efficiently and get to a correct, what I call, what we now understand as health care, more than just the sick care of hospital-based patient care. Now, this is where it's so very important for me to quickly move into the financial protection. As alluded by moderator Nur Hisham earlier, Mr. Nur Hisham, Malaysia has arguably achieved UHC way back in the 1980s. But, and we have performed quite well by way of the SDG 3, 8, and 2. Now, what I would want to stress here is the fact that if we do not, particularly on the B40, if they are not shielded by catastrophic and, health expenses that could come with the economic and financial shock, in fact, not just B40, but the M40 as well, now we would be really in trouble. So for me to, answer your question directly now is to say that, on the financial protection, we have to invest. Poverty is really one thing that we have to, grapple with. But moving forward, we now would understand that in order to have a healthier population, we must invest in preventive and emphasizing on prevention and social determinant of health and on sustainable financing. Okay. Right, and
sorry, maybe I.
All right, I know, but I'm not quite sure how much time would I have to, and the government approach of doing this is essentially to have, national policies on, things that I've called as, those that relates to the NCDs, the 3S, the war on smoking, war on sugar, and war on salt coming, and of course, early childhood intervention, and the healthy living, the Agenda Nasional Malaysia Sihat. And I think I would want to just quickly round up by emphasizing on the life cost approach to aging and health risks. So with that, I hope that Malaysia has, would continue to invest, and we would have to strategize for this. We have made, arguably and admittedly, and in all, humility, we have made significant stride in ensuring universal health coverage and financial protection. But access to care alone is not enough. And health is not just about health care, but about opportunity, as you said, dignity, and economic security. And we must shift towards prevention, early intervention, and tackling roots causes like food insecurity, unhealthy lives, and social disparities. Okay. Thank you, moderator, for your extra time.
Thank you, YB. Thank you. But I think the key point there is that we're not just talking about poverty, however defined as an individual issue. It's actually transmitted across generations, which brings me to Dato' Wangke. I think one of the key barriers to overcoming that poverty trap is that especially those who are financially deprived aren't able to save or invest for the children. So, and I know that Malaysia has a number of programs and vehicles to actually address that, but can we do more? Can we do better?
Okay, the first thing talking about this subject matter is it is very odd to talk to basically well-to-do crowd, the T20 of Malaysia, maybe even the T10 of Malaysia, and you talk about poverty, So it's rather odd. But anyway, in the interest of time, we only have 10 minutes and we still have other speakers who have not, The key thing to me is actually, as you said that, the government has a lot of schemes. Every ministry has various schemes to address poverty issues, be it the education ministry, be it the health ministry, social welfare, Ministry of Finance, macam-macam scheme ada. And they pass it through their various channels, including banks. Of course, the development financial institutions, like Bank Pembangunan and all that, Bank, agriculture, plus even MIDF, the bank that, is part of the MBSB group. MIDF alone has like 12 development financial scheme actually, daripada digitalization lah ke modernization ke, woman entrepreneur. There are various schemes to support, the less fortunate or sectors that needs to come out, But the key thing is, to me, it's not about whatever schemes you have. It's about, the government will do a lot and have done a lot for the poor. It's just about the poor, whether they have done something for themselves. This is the issue. I think if the mindset don't change, nothing will change to me. You will never get out of the property trap. It's all about you changing yourself to seize and take the opportunity that has been provided and the facilities that is provided by the government. The government of the day, every government you see have so many schemes. They are all there to raise the standards of living of the poor. But if the poor is still like that, mindset macam tu, susah lah kita. So the key thing is that sometimes along the way, the government side, obviously through the various channels, they have some maybe flaws or weaknesses which they need to improve. Another one for me is like EPF, for instance. Sometimes, the engagement with EPF is maybe not enough. People don't know what they have. People don't know what they do, actually. Among which is opening of accounts, EPF account. Many people probably doesn't even know that at 14 years old, you can have an EPF account. And EPF, the track record of investment is so stellar, and that returns are so consistent that it can also help you elevate and pull you out of poverty. Those are the kinds of things. And then, what you have savings in EPF are actually meant for your retirement. And the minute you have a window of approval or opportunity to withdraw, everybody go and grab that opportunity. And this is where the gap between the rich and the poor gets bigger and bigger, because it's the poor that is the ones going out to take out the money to maybe hand to mouth, feeding themselves on a daily basis. But some are actually using the money to buy gold, to buy handphone, to buy vehicles, These are the kinds of things that even exhibit the situation, actually. But fortunately, the recent one, the account 3, for instance, the take-up rate was very low. It could have cost EPF about 50+ billion in terms of withdrawal, and normally 45% take-up rate, and maybe close to 50, 20+ billion, but the actual take-up is only 12 billion. So that probably reflects a bit of the consciousness on the part of our Malaysian population, in particular, the less fortunate, that they need the money for their future retirement to get away from that poverty trap. Okay. So on that note, I thank you. We only have 5 minutes for the other speakers.
Thank you, Dato. If I can move on to Ms. Lina, I think you've JPAL, if I can introduce JPAL to the audience, your research organization, you've done a lot of work in Indonesia on poverty alleviation. I think the question for me is, what was the experience in Indonesia? I think especially in terms of what programs work, what didn't. How important was program evaluation in that process? If I can.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. And once again, I would like to congratulate Malaysian government on doing this kind of great event where we can actually discuss a significant issue. So I think I would like to share you our experience for the past 10 years. As Dr. Sabina said, that doing research is only for research, it will not matter if there is no action. So for the past 10 years, we helping the government of Indonesia in the social protection reform. So as Dr. Dato Sulverki said, that if the children stay in the poor household, then unfortunately they will be in the poor and adult things. So how do we actually break out this poverty trap? So government of Indonesia, as other government, actually already moved from the subsidize the communities to the targeted cash transfer. But what kind of cash transfer that is actually working? One thing that we can do is like doing like conditional cash transfer. As also like in Malaysia, in Indonesia also like stunting is actually very high in Indonesia. And then also like children school participation is like very low. So so how do we want to break this poverty trap, right? And then so we want to do like an evaluation, not only like doing a research, but then how we actually doing it translated to the research. So we do a study for the conditional cash transfer called like Program Keluarga Harapan. And then so the household is giving the cash transfer, but then they have to invest for the second generation. It means their children. So they have to take their children for maybe, if they have like the babies under the years of like 5 years, then go to the posyandu, give them like the nutrition food and things like that one. If they are school age children, then they go to school. And we did the study, and it's actually, so we did the study for 2 years and 6 years to see the long-term impact on the intergeneration poverty, and it's actually working. And then so the conditional cash transfer is actually working. With this one, the government of Indonesia scaled up the program in 2020 to 10 million poor household. So that's like one example of how actually we are doing evidence-informed policy making. The other part that I want to actually add is like, for example, like the targeting, right? In Malaysia, there's also like self-targeting and then using the MPI. In Indonesia, actually one thing that we did the study is like for the community targeting. They say that the community actually knows who poor in their neighborhood. So when we do this study, we comparing like different kind of targeting method. The community targeting can identify the poorest of the poorest. They cannot identify the 40% of the poor, but then the poorest they can identify. So when during the COVID-19, there is like a vulnerability. People go out, like not go out, actually fell to the poverty, and the government want to help them. So how to identify this one? So during COVID-19, like the government of Indonesia, using the community targeting to identify the poor people. So that's kind of the action that, as Sabina said, that we cannot do it like this one together, not alone, not only like with the government, but also like the other CSO, NGO, and civil society. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lina. Moving on to our last but not least panelist, Prof. Rahima. I think my question here would be, given that the dimensions of poverty are more than just one, we often suffer the mistake of thinking of the poor as somehow the same, because the connotation is that their circumstances are similar. But given that with an MPI we can understand more dimensions of poverty, does that mean, or what kind of differences do you see in poverty in Malaysia, and does that require a multi-pronged approach to address? Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator, Encik Isham. Yeah. Hello everyone, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon. Yeah, I stand before you not just as a voice of the 3.5 million older Malaysian, but as the messenger of hard truth. Yeah? Let's not sugarcoat it. Yeah? The longer we deliberate on how to measure poverty, there are people out there who are and will fall into the poverty trap. Okay? Let's not sugarcoat it. If we don't act boldly on aging, social protection, and long-term care, the middle class comfort we take for granted today will be tomorrow's poverty trap. This isn't a speculation, it's a time bomb ticking away. So we have heard that poverty is not just a single number. Aging is also not a single story. Okay? Here's a reality check. 15% of older Malaysians are working not because they want to, but because they have no choice. Those who don't work, They rely on family, who often cannot afford to shoulder the load. How long can we expect families to prop up a system that's already failing? Crossing the poverty line at 2,589 sounds like a win on paper, but ask any struggling Malaysians, does that figure reflect the 1,500 a month spent on caregiving or the cost of medication? Numbers don't lie, but they don't tell the whole story either. So, here's the brutal truth. Half of middle-income Malaysians aged 40 today are on a fast track to poverty in retirement. So we have representatives from KWAP. Yeah? We had a study with KWAP earlier on, and it shows that retirees are not saving enough. Yeah? Their savings will vanish within a decade, leaving them with no safety net but family, or worse, charity. Is this the legacy we are building for ourselves? When an older parent falls into poverty, it doesn't stop there. It pulls their children and grandchildren into the same abyss. Poverty in old age isn't a personal tragedy, it's a societal betrayal. So how many of us can fork out 4,000 a month for private care homes, or quit our jobs to take care of our aging parents? The cost isn't just financial, it's emotional, physical, and societal. And we are all paying for it, whether we realize it or not. Yeah? Here's the good news. Long-term care is not just a cost, it's an investment. Every 1 ringgit spent on care infrastructure creates 3 ringgit in economic growth, healthier families, and more resilient society. Let's stop seeing long-term care as a problem and start treating it as a national opportunity. So I mentioned 4,000 a month for private care homes. Yeah, the figure varies if you are in urban area or rural area, what types of accommodation that you want to live in, the kinds of services that you require. If you want physio or if you want specific medical care, the figure will be higher. All right, so I think we need to rethink the way ahead for us. Yeah? Malaysia stands now at a crossroad. We can either lead the region with a bold integrated approach to aging and social protection, or we can be remembered as the nation that let a crisis turn into a catastrophe. Leadership isn't about promises, it's about priorities. With that, I thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Unfortunately, the bell for Time's Up rang about 5 minutes ago. So I won't be able to take any of the questions from the floor. Having said that, they were very, very good questions. I'll be passing it on to the panelists, and I'll pass it on to Committee on Economy to hopefully address as well. Please join me in a round of applause for all our panelists. I hope that was a very good session and interesting for you. Yeah. So, and I'll hand it back to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you, YB Datuk Sri, Datuk Wan, Dr. Sabina, Dr. Rahima, Ms. Lina, and Mr. Nur Hisham for that dynamic and insightful discussion. Please remain on stage for a photo session. Thank you again to all of moderator and panelists. Please head to the left side of the hall to receive your token of appreciation. If we can have everyone move to the right side of the floor and all participants to remain seated as we will now head to our next session. Our final panel discussion of the day will focus on talent, examining strategies to address talent shortages, talent drain, and reskilling and upskilling developments. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panelists. Yang Berhormat Tuan Steven Sim, Minister of Human Resources. Yang berbahagia Tan Sri Abdul Wahid Omar, Chairman Bursa Malaysia. Yang berusaha Profesor Dato' Dr. Elizabeth Lee, Group CEO Sunway Education Group. Yang berusaha Dr. Hari Narayanan, CEO Penang Skills Development Centre. Ms. Shakira Teh Sharifuddin, Senior Economist, World Bank. So moderating this session is Mr. Suresh Kumar, Vice President and General Manager, Intel Malaysia Design Centre.
Good evening. I know we're starting late, and I'm actually from Penang, but I've heard of your legendary traffic and commute home, so we will aspire to finish within the hour, hopefully, right? I've already spoken to the panelists and said that, I'd like everybody to be succinct and crisp, and we need to keep the conversation going, and we will finish within the hour, right? So, to get started, 1 minute. All right, to get started, by the way, we have already agreed we're not going to introduce the panel members because the panel members are so distinguished and esteemed that they need no introduction. And besides, technology has helped us. Their respective senior roles in industry, in government, in policy making is behind them. So we're going to skip the introductions and get straight to the topic, right? So there's a few things I wanted to share first, right? Very short, in terms of setting the stage, right? So if you look at the panelists, they're from policy, from education, from industry, from economics backgrounds, right? But they're all here to tackle a very critical question. How do we shape the future of Malaysia's workforce? Malaysia is at a pivotal moment. If you've attended the rest of the sessions throughout the day, you would have heard that there's a lot of things changing. If you listen to the Prime Minister this morning and the Economics Minister, and then, of course, Chris Miller of Chip War, there's actually a massive opportunity in front of us, but there are also challenges ahead of us. And you would have noticed one thing. Every single panel or every single discussion or session touched on one critical component for success, talent, right? I was disheartened when I first heard that the session is at 4:40 in the evening. I thought nobody would be here, but I see enough of you to feel energized. I also think in future, perhaps talent should be right after the Prime Minister's speech in the morning, because in my mind, and the reason why I'm here is, besides my technical work, I actually work a lot in talent development with academia and MOHI and all of the ministries, right? So moving forwards, right, there are global shifts, right? 2025 is a very unique year in terms of trade, in terms of geopolitics, in terms of the incoming administration in the US, for example, the China-US continued trade situation, and a lot of this is affecting the economies of the world, but I believe more critically, potentially affecting the workforce. For example, if there's reshoring, for example, we're fantastic at manufacturing. We're about 7% of the global E&E industry, right? Flows through Malaysia. In that context, and with the changes in, for example, trade, tariffs potentially, but also, for example, expectations are changing. Everybody talks about AI and automation and what that is doing to what the talent profile should look like for the country. So I want to start with YB Stephen Sim as Minister of HR. Are you optimistic? Are you concerned? Could you set the stage for what 2025 and beyond looks like for the Malaysian workforce?
Thank you, Suresh. He's from Penang, and I met him actually. This is not my first time meeting him. We met about a week ago or so in Penang for another forum, coincidentally. So I'm glad that he's the moderator, my fellow panelists. I'll start with a pantun.
Oh, please, wonderful.
That's Kasuma for you these days.
That's you for you, whether for us, but we love your pantuns, please.
Madu mentah dibuat jamu, jamu segara dimakan pekat. Maju bangsa kerana ilmu, maju negara kerana bakat.
Cantik, ya?
You know, you're right. I was at the last breakout session with I was in the audience listening to my colleague breakout session on technology, and they spent 40 minutes, 45 minutes, not really talking about technology, but about talents. And I guess that is the underlying, the foundation of it all, whether it's technology, the economy, trade, investment, the underlying factor is talent. But, you know, global picture, I always like to say that I describe today's world with these two, using temperature. It is heating up and it is cooling down. What is heating up? Politics is heating up. What is heating up? The trade war is heating up. What is cooling down? A planet is heating up. What is cooling down? Diplomacy is cooling down. Globalization, as we know, since the 90s, is cooling down. And in this situation, if we want to think about the consequence or the what is it in for us in Malaysia, I think we have to understand these three characteristics of this situation of heating up and cooling down. Number one, there is no mean reversion, right? You cannot expect things will return to normalcy. I think we have to live with the post-normal in all sense of the word, number one. Number two, despite heating up and cooling down, they don't mutually cancel off each other. In fact, this situation is mutually aggravating the situation, the condition of the world today. I'll give you an example, climate change. Because of climate change, then you have economic inequalities, and because of that, it leads to ultra-nationalism, isolationism that was in the Prime Minister's speech. And because of all this, it leads to the global community finding it harder to come together, to work together, to come up with a solution for planet-wide problems, such as climate change. So instead of mutually cancelling each other, this cold and hot situation is aggravating, mutually aggravating each other. The third characteristic, the final characteristic is that there's going to be short-term boon. I think if you are in a MITI session, the simultaneous session, MITI, they will tell you there's going to be short-term boon. But for me, in the long run, it's going to be problematic. So how do we take advantage of this situation? I think countries like us, many developing countries are taking advantage of how fast you can absorb this movement of capitals, shifting of production activities, etc. But I I think we cannot just depend on this very feeble, ephemeral geopolitical condition. We have to build our own internal ecosystem. This is the foundation of what I think we should be doing. We have to have a solid foundation, and the Kerangka Ekonomi Madani, the Madani economic framework that was launched slightly about 2 years ago, is that strategy to reconfigure, if you like, if I want to use an AI term, reconfigure our own internal ecosystem. Number one, to upscale our economy so that we can we have a higher value economy. When we talk about jobs, a lot of people like to ask me, if you bring out all the migrant workers, as if the next day or the next month or next year, all SMEs will be able to pay very high salary. But I think we forget one problem. Our economy is not able to produce value at that higher level that we aspire. So number one, upscaling of our economy. Number two, upskilling of our talents, of our people. This is that strategic approach that the government is taking as a whole, I think, and it underlies not only Kesuma, but other ministries as well. That I think important, not just to depend. Yes, we have to take advantage of the situation, but at the end of the day, we have to build our own internal ecosystem in order to have a more long-term advantage over the other countries in the world. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So what I got from your commentary is that, so there's a balance. It appears there's a short-term opportunity and a boom, but we need to set the country up for resilience longer term, and therefore the opportunities we go after and the talent that we structure for the future should be cognizant of the fact it's not just a short-term, let's go after this short-term opportunity created by some of the trends, but set the stage for the longer term, right? Okay, so I want to turn to Tan Sri Wahid. By the way, we won't go in sequence like this, okay, so we'll move around. But because Tan Sri Wahid has actually been in the private sector and also in government, in GLCs, in GLICs, I wanted to get your perspective on perhaps what's your read of the state of talent? I mean, Malaysians love to be in the cafes and the kedai mamas and kopitiams discussing. I always say we need to find solutions during this panel. Hopefully we'll come up with some proposals. We tend to admire the problem, and therefore I wanted to get your context of, do we really have a talent shortage? Do we have a talent problem? Or do we have a talent opportunity? What's your view based on your broad experience?
Well, thank you, Suresh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good evening, everyone. Thank you for staying back for our session. Now, unlike Minister Sivan Sim, I don't have any pantun. As an accountant, very pragmatic, very much driven on numbers and so on. But I also would like to go back to purpose. So if I may, any country would always have their national aspiration. And for Malaysia, very clear, from the onset, we always wanted Malaysia to be a prosperous nation in an inclusive and sustainable manner. Inclusive meaning that no one will be left behind. Now, in the current context, we have the Madani economic framework, and that's been articulated very well by Mr. Rafizi, and just now Mr. Sivan Sim also mentioned about this. I just wanted to make it very clear that the twin prong objectives of raising the ceiling and raising the floor. So raising the ceiling, among others, we are talking about growing the economic cake, and among others, we have targeted for Malaysia to be among the top 30 economies in the world. Where are we today? We are number 36. Who's number 30? Well, it's Thailand, Israel, and about Singapore. So they are number 29, 30, and 31. And how do we go up from number 36 to number 30? Well, we have to outpace everyone. So meaning that we have to grow at least by 5 to 6% in real GDP terms over the next 10 years. And that's assuming other countries grow at the same pace. But my view is actually there are others will be growing faster, and therefore we have to actually grow much faster than that. Now, the reason why we need to grow the economic cake is to make sure that our people will earn a decent income. And within that context, in our raising the floor target, we have set to increase our ratio of compensation or wages as a percentage of GDP to 45% within 10 years. Now, my view is actually that's is a very high target. In the past, we were targeting only 40%. That was actually the time when I was in the ministry. And I believe that's a more achievable and realistic target. We did grow. Up to 2017, we moved up to about 37%, 37.2%. But since then, we have regressed. So the latest figure, 2023, we are at 33.1%. So we need to grow from 33.1% to 40% if possible over the next few years. So that's actually a good target, and eventually 45% some years. Now, the idea for that would be, therefore, to make sure that our people will then be paid well. But the truth is, there is a disproportionate low return to providers of labor compared to capital. In general terms, business owners are getting more returns and not giving enough to the employees. And how do we translate to real numbers? Now, the good thing today, we have the statistics given by Department of Statistics Malaysia. So we spoke about Malaysia having 34 million people, about 2 to 3 million of foreigners, meaning that Malaysians make up only 31 to 32 million. Out of that, we have a labor force of 17 million people. We have an unemployment rate of 3.3%. That means just under 600,000 people are employed, but the vast majority, they are in the labor force, 16.6 million. Now, out of that, 12 million people, you remove those people who work for the family and so on, they are working, and 6.7 million people are actually working in the formal sector, plus another 1.7 million in the civil service, right? Now, 6.7 million people, these are the people who contribute to EPF, SOCSU, and all, right? Now, what is the median wage? The median wage is only 2,745 ringgit per month, right? Which is very low. Imagine half of the Malaysian workers in the formal sector actually earn 2,745 and lower. Now, if you earn 5,600 ringgit, you're already in the top 20. And if you earn 8,800 ringgit per month, you're already in the top 10%, right? And I'm not talking just the basic salary. This is basic salary plus allowances, plus your apportioned bonuses, annual bonuses divided by 12 months and so on, right? It's actually very, very low. So the point here is that we need to make sure that employers provide fair wages to the people. So I'm actually very supportive of the government's move in the budget. We spoke about the progressive wage and increasing the minimum wage. I think that's something that we have to do. And obviously businesses will complain, but if you give them enough notice, they will actually adapt. And come with it will be automation and so on. So I guess the point I wanted to make here is actually it is important for us to look at the real numbers so that we know the severity of the problem and start to come up with solution. Now, is it too difficult to resolve this? I don't think so. You know why? Because we have that huge labor force that's grossly underemployed, right? And we have industries that are clamoring for workers, but not getting them. And yet we have universities that are producing graduates, which are grossly underemployed. So what can be done? Well, since Suresh spoke about solution, many things. So in my mind, perhaps 5. Number 1, in the short term, we can do an immediate matching of talent supply and demand. So this is basically to create that clearinghouse for talent. So again, we have the demand is there, the supply is there, we need to actually match it. There will be gaps, and this is actually where we need an intensive skill enhancement program too. And someone like Talent Corp, for example, can actually play this role very well. I'll give you two examples. In the E&E industry, there was a time I spoke with one senior person who said they're short of 5,000 engineers immediately, and they asked the government to allow them to bring in engineers from India and other countries. Whereas we have 18,000 engineering graduates who are actually grossly underemployed. So what if we can get someone like Talent Corp or relevant agencies to really get everything organized, train these people up to meet the needs. Same thing with the accounting fraternity. So we have the big four accounting firms. They are in need of quality chartered accountants, but they're not getting the numbers. One particular firm, I wouldn't mention names here. So they have a global acceleration center here, and they are not getting the talent. At the same time, we have many accounting graduates, right? So what if we get someone to actually sit down, roll up the sleeve, and get these two things fixed together? Again, if it needs...
If I may
Sorry.
interrupt, if you have 5 examples, I'm going to move and come back to the other
No,
three.
just maybe one more.
Okay.
So the point I wanted to make here is actually intensive skill enhancement program can be done. Okay. And the third one is to really follow through with a pragmatic minimum wage and progressive wage policy, which is already being done, but I just hope that it must be followed through holistically. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think as you were articulating some of the numbers, one of the things that I took away, even during our pre-session just now, is there are a couple of elements here in terms. First of all, you touched on how the percentage of wages versus the value extracted by the businesses, there's a mismatch. Essentially meaning you want businesses and industry players to share more with the employees. And I think that's a very good point that you made. And somewhere in all of this is also an element in general of fairness, or the Madani concept of be fair, right? Businesses want to make money, but also take care of their employees and be fair in that sense. But you also touched on, as I listened to your numbers of 30+ million population and 17 million, and I know you shared in the pre-session, like, how many are actually fully employed versus underemployed. I want to invite Shakira now, because she's an expert in inclusion. She does a lot of work in society in terms of more inclusion, because to your comment on disconnects, like in accounting, in technology, in every area you talk to, academicians are working hard. Skills development centers like PSDC are working hard to produce the talent. There's still a disconnect. On the one hand, we say, hey, there's a shortage. And on another vector, we say, all these people who are producing talent are working very hard. And yet we say there's underemployment. And obviously, Shakira, you had shared during our prep sessions, like what proportion of women, for example, are not fully employed to the full degree of their capability. So I want to hand the mic to you now.
Right. Thank you, Suresh, and Assalamualaikum, everybody, and good afternoon. I'd like to start a little my points by talking a little bit about something different. We've talked a lot about technology. We've talked a lot about the economy. But one reality that we are also facing and has an impact on the talent pool is demographics. So first thing first, Malaysia is aging, and we are growing old rapidly. So by 2043, the number of Malaysians aged above 65 will increase from 8% today to 14%. And the thing is, this pace of aging is rapid for Malaysia, much faster than other high-income countries. And then secondly, it's happening at an income level that is much lower. And so understanding this, and when we talk about inclusive workforce, the idea is to bring in groups of people who have somewhat been under-supported or underrepresented in our labor force. And by that, I mean 3 groups. One is extending the labor force to older Malaysians. So currently, the population of workers aged 40 and above in Malaysia is 40%, and that's much lower. And understandably, this is a very complex and sensitive issue about working longer. But we can be inclusive for older generations by giving them the opportunity to work if they want to, and also most importantly, respecting their skills, experience, and personal circumstances. Obviously, the second one is to bringing more women into the labor force. And we talk about the current situation where female labor force participation or women, working women is at 56% currently. And then third is to raise the employment prospects of youth. And there we can discuss a little bit more later on underemployment. So talking about this, so what can we do in order to make our workforce more inclusive? And before I go on any further, I do want to make out 2 points. I want to be clear on 2 things. Number one, inclusion, and this is where I may differ from some of you. Inclusion is not about representation. It goes beyond the DEI initiatives that corporate and professional settings normally talk about. And secondly, inclusion shouldn't be built on exploitation. So those are the 2 points I want to make first. And so when we talk about bringing in more older Malaysians into the workforce, we have evidence that says employers do want to hire older generation, but the challenge that they face is discrimination. And so putting in place measures that promote anti-discrimination in the workplace. Secondly is to increase the minimum retirement age. And third is to introduce a rehiring age would be beneficial in bringing in older generations into the workforce. And secondly, when we talk about inclusion, we can't run away from women. And so the Madani framework actually puts out a target of 60% female labor force participation of 60% by this year or next. But as I said earlier, it has to go beyond broad target representation. And if you look deeper into the numbers are actually quite high. There are a lot of working women in Kuala Lumpur, in Selangor, in Putrajaya, much higher than 60%, and it's comparable with advanced economies. But where it's lagging is in places like Kelantan or Terengganu, and where the rate is below 45%. And so looking at this, the kind of measures, if we want to bring more women into the workforce, we have to be a little bit more customized or selective. So flexible working arrangements. So the measures should be, number one, accommodate cultural norms. And that's something that we rarely talked about. And things like flexible working arrangement has to go beyond hybrid working mode. It has to go beyond accommodate people who only work in desk or professional jobs. Because not every woman work Mondays to Fridays. Not every woman work 9 to 5. And certainly not every woman work in a job that allows them to work from home. So that has to be taken into consideration as well. And then finally on youth, when we talk about underemployment, understandably the underemployment rate in Malaysia is very high. So back in 2010, our underemployment rate stands at about 27%. Now it stands at about 37%. And that number is much higher, more pressing among graduate or degree holders. And so there are a lot of reasons for this. But at least for us, what we saw from the numbers is that the supply of graduates have outpaced the number of jobs created for graduates. So since 2018, for example, the number of graduates that entered the labor market is about 200,000. In contrast, jobs for graduates that have been created every year is about 50,000. So there's a big gap there, and that needs to be addressed.
Okay.
And then finally, as I said earlier, inclusion shouldn't be done on exploitation. And we have to think about protecting our workers. And I think we have to bear in mind that all labor has dignity and all labor carries value. And so we have to ensure that protection for those who are the most marginalized in our society, women, self-employed workers, and those in lower income groups are protected, and also older generation. So for example, a study from UNICEF shows that 40% of workers in PPRs do not have any form of employment protection. And that number is much higher among women and among marginalized or underprivileged groups. Okay. So that are some of the measures that we should take into account. And for me, I think social protection measures has to not only address workers, but it has to be inclusive of everyone, regardless of their employment status and regardless of their stage in life. And to me, that's what inclusive labor force is all about. So I'm going to stop here, and we obviously can continue the discussion later.
All right, thank you. By the way, we started the discussion at 3 o'clock, we went until 4:30, so we've had like a pre-debate upstairs already, which is good. So you touched on something, I was shocked when you shared the numbers. You said that 200,000 graduates produced, but 50,000 graduate level jobs created in the country. I also think, like, you know, from our earlier conversation when you talked about inclusion, you touched on something very important, which is societal norms and expectations that society has. And you know, I think Tan Sri Wahid, you had rightfully pointed out that families should also then have that flexibility to decide who works, who takes a break, and all of those things in whatever makes sense for that family without judgment from this whole societal norms, right? So now moving from the inclusion and equity topic, that whole statistic of 50,000 jobs versus 200,000 graduates clearly indicates there is a disconnect. I'll come back to YB Sim later and ask him from the ministry perspective. You know, we have HRD programs, we have so many programs. I think you shared on Sunday over data, all of these programs, but there's still a disconnect with the workforce. I want to go to the two leaders who are the most closely involved in the production of talent for the country. So, Prof. Elizabeth, what would you say? First of all, I mean, there is a talent problem. Clearly, if, you know, earlier we were saying, hey, what's the opportunity, what are the challenges? But when I hear 50,000 versus, you know, the supply versus there's fewer jobs. And yet you talk to industry players or leaders, they say, not enough talent. Electrical and electronics, technology where I'm from, always, this is a continuous lament. Finance, accounting, when talking to Tan Sri Wahid, I hear the same thing. I know it's everywhere. So could you shed some light on where's the disconnect? Like why is industry complaining? You all obviously are working hard.
Universities are famed for educating young people for the greater good, all right? And we don't just concentrate on engineering where you feel there's a shortage, or technology, or even in medicine or in the sciences. Think of the poor geography grad or the history grad, the ones in the arts, for example. They are also a very big chunk of you know, the 200,000 that are being produced every year. Yet, when you talk about 50,000 jobs available, I can imagine that they will be very much in, as you have pointed out, in the engineering field, in the technological fields. But how many museum curators can you have out there? You know, in comparison to the number of history grads that we are churning out. And again, you know, the museum would have their pick of the cherry and say that, oh, you're just, you're not specializing, you're just in general history or something like that. And then Tan Sri Wahid will say, well, let's think about upskilling them and getting them all to be chartered accountants, for example, which is a very good idea. But in the first place, why did they take up a geography or a music degree? Is it because they couldn't get into accounting? I don't think so, because they would probably have gone into business instead of music, for example. So when you ask me about that disconnect and these numbers, it's because we're not really looking at you know, that whole basket of fruits. We're only looking at specific fruit that we enjoy or we want, or in this case we need. But to fault the universities, for example, for not producing, I don't think it's right, because we are looking at, as I mentioned before, you know, the overall general good of society, that we should have it be balanced, we should have music, and when we talk about developing a student's intelligences, in that respect, there are multiple intelligences that we should be looking at. Not everyone is clued in to be an accountant or an engineer. And can you imagine especially when, if everyone is skewed towards the sciences, then who will take up the arts? How beautiful will our world be, etc., etc. So there has to be a balance. So if you were to ask me from that point of view, then that would be my answer. But of course, you know, we're going to be discussing a lot more in other areas where, you know, I hope to actually get down to the actual essence of what we feel is the problem.
Thank you. By the way, now I'll hand it over to Dr. Hari, who's in skills development, lifelong learning, post people joining the workforce, because that's another component, especially now when there is such an acute shortage. I almost feel like the country cannot afford to produce talent that we don't need. To your point about, say, history graduate, I love history. I didn't like it when I was in school, but afterwards now I'm like a history buff. During the pre-discussion, we actually hit on something very interesting, which is around critical skills, testing for those thinking skills, right? Because when people join industry and you see a problem, in engineering, you don't know whether it's an electrical problem, a temperature problem, a test problem, you don't know. Even in more complex problems in accounting, you don't know whether it's a regulatory problem, it's a legal issue. And it's almost like the skills required in the future are not deep knowledge in some vertical area, but the concept of in the old days, like, you know, I was reading a book once on what a polymath is, and in those days people learned everything, right? So if you had a village elder, that person knew a little bit about sociology, a bit of economics, knew a little bit about geography and the water flow, and that person became the leader of that community. So I'm almost wondering, like, do we do something along those lines? And obviously you cannot, during the schooling days or university days, somehow prefetch what society or education might need or industry might need in the future. So I think there's a very strong component of lifelong learning where organizations like Penang Skills Development Center can play a role, right? So Dr. Hari, could you comment on that?
So I would like to check on what Shakira said, but that's on a different day. I'll come back to that, but you know, the question that you asked previously is that do we have a talent shortage? In fact, all statistics are saying that we do have talents, but then, like when YB Sim went to Penang on Sunday, I think the table topic was talents. Yeah. So where is the disconnect? Yeah, I think the disconnect is in terms of the sectors and the industries. For example, I've just given you some specifics, and given the fact that I come from the E&E sector, you know, every other day when we talk about it from Penang Skills Development Center is that we don't have enough talents in this area and that area and so forth. For example, you know, if you look at the NIP 2030, they talk about 50, 60,000 engineers required over the next 5 years. That includes probably technicians and engineers. And one of the studies that through the MPC, the productivity nexus we did a couple of years ago is, in fact, you know, if you know, IC design is the topic of the day, you know, the last couple of months. And in fact, 5-6 years ago, with MIDA's support, we did some evaluations of what an industry needs and so forth. And at the time, I think they were looking at about at least 1,000+ engineers per year over a 5-year period. And I think it still stands as a need. So that's some statistics. Now, if you look back, and I did a study on all the undergraduates or the graduates from the universities, both from public and private, and this is purely BEng or BTech. You know, we produce about 4,500 or 5,000 engineers, E&E engineers per year. You know, so there is definitely, if you look at it from the NIP 2030, there's definitely a gap. So we are producing graduates, but if you look at specific sectors, there are shortages. Yeah? Okay. And that is where I think we need to be a bit more surgical in terms of looking at specific sectorial to understand whether there is a shortage or not. Now, it goes back to, so we don't want to go into the, you know, the prescription of how we can fix it. I think there are a couple of areas that we can work with. Industry and universities can collaborate to work on these areas. But if you go back to your question on lifelong learning, In fact, I was doing some studies on these things, and it's very interesting from the industry perspective. The highest percentage of training that is provided to employees is the age of around 28 to 34. That's about 40-odd%. And this is a kind of old data, YB. I think it came from HRD Corp. It's about 46% of that age group are being trained. But going back to Shakira's point, is as you go further up, further down on the age or further up on the age, it becomes 20%, all right? So literally the lifelong learning is not happening, really. And I think that we need to have some level of intervention to help. I mean, a couple of months ago, I read what Singapore is doing, given the fact that AI is becoming the big, technological transformational change, and they are incentivizing those people that are at a different age group to help them to upskill themselves and so forth. So the lifelong learning is a good concept. It is a right thing for the economy, and I think I like Tan Sri's point about scaling up the economy and upskilling, if you want to call it. But lifelong learning is a very crucial factor, and we're not doing enough in that particular area.
I agree with Dr. Hari on this point, absolutely. For example, you come back to the universities, we're training students, we're giving them the basic skills, the foundation skills, and hopefully the thinking skills that are also required, because that's what we were talking earlier about, the thinking skills are the skills that are going to connect all the dots and what they're studying, etc., and to get them to be innovative in the workplace, because needs are going to change continually. But the one point that I want to pick up from you, Suresh, is when you said, talent we don't need. Whoa, that struck a raw chord with me, What do you mean by talent we don't need? Talent we don't need today, talent we don't need yesterday, and talent we don't need tomorrow. They're all entirely different things, I had a young student many years ago when Malaysia and the world was going through, a financial downturn. And he said, oh, I don't think I want to be an engineer anymore. He was doing A-levels. He says, I think I should go into law. I said, darling, you are, sorry, we don't go darling the students, but you know what I mean. And I said, young man, you're an engineer. I can see it in your blood. In fact, he's one of yours at Intel. And I said, I know that you will be a brilliant engineer. Why do you not want to do engineering? He says, because there's a downturn. Who is going to hire me? Oh, all these companies are going bust. I should become a lawyer. I said, you're going to be a very mediocre lawyer. I know you. So forget about the downturn, because talents, you need talents you don't need, right? So I said, and you just pursue engineering, because when the downturn hits, it is the very best who are retained. The mediocre will be at risk. And those who are no good or not so good, they are the ones who will be offloaded. So which part of the hierarchy do you want to be? A mediocre lawyer or a top-notch engineer?
Wonderful
so
clarification.
Well,
Thank you very much. Now, you touched on something. You said, hey, this person, natural aptitude for engineering, therefore keep doing engineering. And you're very correct that even in a downturn, there's some level of merit base. If you had to let go, and industry does not do this lightly. It's very difficult when we need to let people go. But when you do, you keep the best and you try and see who are the people that you can potentially let go and still be okay, right? Still treat them respectfully. Now, so industry wants to keep the best. Industry in Malaysia wants to keep the best talent. But we also know, and it's in the Slido, right? Dr. Hari, you touched on a bit like 10,000 engineers, but we actually need, the NSS says 60,000 engineers. The National Semiconductor Strategy says 60,000 engineers. Now, Malaysia wants to keep its best talent. But we all know what's also happening. There is a brain drain. Everybody else wants Malaysia's best talent. And with hybrid work, for example, people can work here, people can live here and work elsewhere. Tan Sri Wahid, you had touched on how even if somebody works here and is repatriating money, you don't get that industry level multiplier effect. You get one person paying tax locally. So in the context of that and the brain drain, what would the Ministry of HR do about the brain drain? I mean, we need to address this problem, right? I think everyone agrees. We're producing talent, we agreed there's a mismatch, there are actions we need to take, and yet, to speak of a Malay term, sayang, isn't it? We spend so much energy, effort, and somebody takes it. So I know the Prime Minister said this morning, hey, we are in charge of ASEAN, and I totally agree with the fourth biggest economic region. All of that is great. But within that intra-country cooperation in ASEAN, there's also inter-country, within ASEAN, for example, competition. If I call it out bluntly, I mean, Singapore and Johor region, fantastic, but there is a talent pool towards Singapore. Vietnam very aggressive, Indonesia coming in strong. So how do we keep our Malaysian top talent in Malaysia?
Suresh, I think this topic is so important that we should have a forum Bakat Malaysia. You talk about talent all day long. And, unfortunately, Professor Elizabeth, there is always the option of politics for the middle course students. But, we hope to change that. We hope to change that. I also want to acknowledge the presence of my two head of departments. One is Datuk Rospiagos, who is the head of Jabatan Tenaga Manusia. He runs 33 TVET centers all over the country. And of course, Puan Zulia, who is the head of the Jabatan Pembangunan Kemahiran. This is the department which issues out your Sijil Kemahiran Malaysia, SKM, which we issue to PSDC as well. It's interesting listening to them because you see there are three situations here which is very, very paradoxical, or even it's a dilemma. Number one, we are in a tight labor situation, 3.3, 3.2 unemployment. But which means it is a workers' market. Bosses are looking for labor. So there's a complaint of not enough talent. But at the same time, there's also high underemployment. So what is the issue here? I like it that Shakira, of course, you would be the one who raised up the issue on the World Bank report last year. Actually, it's much more than 200,000. It's probably about nearing 300,000 graduates that we produce every year versus about 50,000 high-paying jobs. And I think this is why I wanted to insist on that systemic and reconfiguration of our internal ecosystem. It is very important because raising the floor, raising the ceiling, we talk about upscaling the value of the economy, upskilling the skills of our people. But essentially, what it means is that we have to move away from what I call the buy cheap, sell cheap model of our economy. I love it when politicians have the power to stop time in Parliament. I wish I can stop this stopwatch here.
5 minutes left, 4:54.
Somebody should just stop this thing, right? I like it when people ask me, what would the government do when it comes to brain drain? Yes, the government has a lot to do, and we can list down policies, we can list down activities, programs that we do. But I also want to remind us that competition for talent and perhaps even capital in the general sense is not only between the government of Singapore and government of Malaysia, it's also between the companies in Malaysia and companies in Singapore, in Vietnam, in Thailand, Indonesia, etc. So moving away from the buy cheap, sell cheap model would really mean, or to put it bluntly, can we pay our workers more? And we should. I spent the last 1 year, my first year as the Minister of Kesuma last year, to move 8 major labor legislations. We talk about 20 years of inequality between labor law in Sabah and Sarawak versus the Employment Act in Malaysia, or in Semenanjung Malaysia. For example, up to last year, December, workers in Sarawak, they do not have 98 days maternity leave. I know there are complaints and there are also demand for more, but Sarawak tak ada, Sabah tak ada. They have 0 paternity leave. There's no provision for anti-discrimination 69F in the Employment Act. There's no provision for FWA 60P and Q under Employment Act in the Sabah and Sarawak labor law. This is a federal law, but governs Sabah and Sarawak labor market. So what we did was last year, after 20 years, the parliament, through our tabling, Kesuma, my colleagues here, we finally passed amendments to ensure that 4 million workers in Sabah and Sarawak now have equal rights and protection with their Semenanjung counterparts. We implemented over 100 improvements in the occupational safety and health legislations. We push for, I want to say easier. I'm sitting beside a banker, but I'm so glad that he's very supportive of our minimum wage and progressive wage policy. We are pushing, we have signed into enforcement the reduction of government restrictions on labor union and labor movements in this country. Why? Because I personally think that we do not, the government cannot raise wages by fiat alone. Minimum wage law, very important, Shakira, very, very important, because we have seen 10 years of statistics. The bottom 10 decile have improvement of wages of up to 60%. So it is very important. But it is not a panacea to solve all your salary and wage problem in Malaysia. So you cannot increase wage by fiat alone. And therefore, there is a progressive wage policy. I believe in what do you call it? Giving empowerment to workers to negotiate their salary via perhaps collective agreement. So which was why we signed into enforcement, reducing government restrictions on labor movement, on labor union. And all this policy means cost. I've been criticized by certain sector, even something as basic as 1,007 minimum wage. But I think it is time we move away from that. We move away from that model, because if we want to compete for talent, it is not just between government and government, but it is also between companies versus companies. I think we can talk a lot about some of the, I agree very much about lifelong training, about continuous education, especially in skills education. We, in Kesuma, we are trying to, there are two halves of Kesuma. One half is labor management, the other half is, or rather, manpower management, the other half is skills management, skills training management. We are trying to encourage my colleague in Kesuma, 15,000 staff in Kesuma, to imagine that this second half is some sort of a university, combining the resources and also the programs under Jabatan Tenaga Manusia, JPK, HRD Corp, Talent Corp, even Perkeso, PTPK. There's something called PTPK. Basically, it's PTPTN. Yes, last 30 seconds.
So in your closing thoughts, I'd like you to also think of what would be your call to the audience, right, and the stakeholders. What does the government need them to do? Because we are out of time, but I would love for you to close with your call to action to the audience.
Thank you. Okay, I think...
if you could wrap it up, 1-2 minutes.
Very ganggu. But no, thank you for this, for the patience. But I think if there is one sentence to wrap this up, basically, the call to action is what I call a all hands on the deck strategy. Education, skills training, or even university school education must not be the sole responsibility of the government alone. The media don't put headlines, Stephen say, government is not responsible. No. That's not what I mean. I mean, logically, families have to nurture, have to educate, logically. So my call is that the industry have to work very closely with us. Help us to train your worker, etc. There's so many other things, but, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Give it up for the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, YB Tuan Stephen, Tan Sri Wahid, Professor Dr. Elizabeth, Dr. Hari, Ms. Shakira, and Mr. Suresh for that very engaging and comprehensive discussion. We kindly ask you all to remain on stage for a photo session. Thank you again to all our panelists and moderator. Kindly head to your left side to receive your token of appreciation. As we bring today's Forum Economy Malaysia 2025 to a close, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude on behalf of Ministry of Economy and all its organizing partners, to all of our distinguished speakers for their insightful contributions, and to all attendees for your active participation and unwavering enthusiasm throughout the conference. Thank you very much and have a wonderful evening.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading